Well, hello. Welcome to the first day of our 3-day event, the Handmade Collective. We've been talking about this for weeks. It's finally here. I'm so excited. I know you guys, I've literally seen people waiting in the chat since 9 o'clock this morning, which is 9 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock mountain time. So we are so excited that you're excited. I've actually been here in the background. I've been seeing your comments. So I appreciate your excitement. Let us know where you're tuning in from. There's a lot of you here. There will be more that join us throughout the day. And I'm just so grateful that you're wanting to spend some time with us. We have 3 full packed days. And I should probably start by saying, hi, I'm Bethany. If you haven't met me before or been to one of our events, I'm our director of marketing and education, and I love throwing these events and connecting with you all in a fun way. So I'm so glad that you're here. I work with Caterpillar, and we have a lot planned for you today. We have 3 amazing teachers. I have some other friends joining us throughout the day, some little sneak peeks of things, some announcements. You're going to see myself pop in, some other Caterpillar team members pop in. You might even see Nathan. If you know who Nathan is, he's our CEO. I think he might be joining me at the end of the day. We're going to have fun giveaways throughout the live for our registered members. So if you haven't registered for the event, it's free to do. You can do that over at caterpillar.com and go ahead and do it, because that's the only way to enter our big giveaways that are provided by our teachers and by Caterpillar. But as you know, if you've ever tuned into one of our events before, I like to have some fun and do some impromptu giveaways. So those are only for those who are watching live and hanging out with us in the chat. And I have a fun little, if you have seen it before, there's a little sneak peek at it right there, my little spin to win wheel. So we'll give that a spin here in a little bit, but I just wanted to let you know I got it teed up, ready to go. We're going to have fun. Are you guys ready? You ready? It's going to be an amazing day. Yes, I love that. You guys are so sweet. I am going to kick you guys off with a little something. Now, one thing we do with these events, and we do bundles all the time with Caterpillar, our products work so well together with each other. So we always come up with fun, different bundles. And there's a lot of those over on our website, but we created some special ones just for the event. And Eric, when you get a chance, if you can find the link for the landing page for the bundles, all of our Handmade Collective bundles on our website, and drop that in the chat, that'd be great. But we've got bundles that we made just for this event. And I'm going to show you the first one. And it's our smallest one. And you're probably thinking, Bethany, why are you starting with the smallest one? Because you're going to want to go ahead and add this to cart. Just trust me. Because it's a necessity for all these other things that you're going to learn from Caterpillar this week. So I'm going to go ahead and show you our very first bundle. We haven't done this before, but I'm really excited about it. It's called the mini bonus bundle, and it really is just that. So let me pull out my little tools over here. You guys might be able to guess what some of these are if you've ever been around for a Caterpillar thing before, but I'm going to show you. This is it. This is the little mini bonus bundle, okay? And I'm going to show you what comes in it. So let me go to my overhead camera, move my little wheel out of the way. This is our mini bonus bundle. And I wanted to kick things off with this because this little bundle is going to pair well with all of our other bundles, our other products, as you're hanging out with us throughout today and the rest of this week. And that is, look at these. These are our little clamps. These pop down, you stick it on your ruler, you clamp it, and then it's stuck to your ruler, and it's a way to keep your hands up and off, okay? Then we have our magnetic plates. Normally they come in a set of 6, but I'm going to give you 2 of those, so you're going to have 12, okay? So these are great. I'm going to show you throughout today how to use these. They can be used with our light boards. They could be, they're adhesive, so you can stick them to the back of the light board if you want, or you can not stick them, because they'll stick with the magnets. You don't even have to leave them permanently there. And then you're going to get not just 2 magnets. These are so strong. Not just 2 magnets. You're actually going to get 4 magnets. And look, they all want to stick together. These magnets are amazing. So what you'll do is you'll take this on the back of your board, your light board, or you can even put this on the back side of your flip and fold cutting mat. And then you have your materials or paper on top, and then and it holds everything in place, okay? So these, if you've seen these before, this is our magnets, magnetic plates, our magnets, and our clamps. This is a little mini bonus, and if anybody knows, if anybody has the light boards or the cutting mat, you know how handy these tools come in. So if you've already got some of these magnets or light clamp, the little mini clamps, let us know in the chat. and how you like to use them with your light board or with other tools or with your ruler, but you're going to get double the magnets that you normally would. So you would get 4 instead of 2, and you're going to get double the plates. So you can get 6 instead of 12. So maybe you put 6 on a light board and you save the other ones for your flip and fold cutting mat. And then you'll get 2 of the clamps to use with different rulers. I have some long rulers, and I like putting both of them on my long rulers, which is really nice. So I just wanted to show you this little mini bonus bundle. Eric's dropped a link to the mini bonus bundle. So if you want to go ahead and pop that in your cart and save that as you continue to watch today, I just wanted to make you aware of some of these little bonus bundles and little things that we're sneaking in, a little different than we've done before, because we want you guys to be able to get the most out of your products and be able to do all the things with them. And these little tools like this really come in handy. All right. Catherine says, I've been considering those magnets for my light board. Well, this is like the perfect time to do that. Now, if you're having any technical difficulties, like Denise says she's lost, is there a problem? I think everything's good on our end. So sometimes you may just need to leave the live stream and come back in. And a quick little housekeeping note, as I mentioned, we're going to be doing some live giveaways throughout with my little spin to win wheel. And I want you guys to be able to participate. So when you're watching a live stream, this is a little best practices here. When you're watching a live stream, even if you join late, you're going to want to make sure that you're watching live. So make sure you're watching live. That little red line at the bottom of the live, make sure it's all the way over to the far right and you're watching live. If you're watching behind, then you're going to miss out on those giveaways because we do them quick, okay? So I just wanted to let you know about that. Do not have the mini clamps. Do you have the magnets? And they are great. They are great. You can get a set of the mini clamps by themselves, by the way. They come in a little set of 2. You don't have to just get the bundles. You can shop a la carte. Now, if you registered for this event, you should have received an email with your 15% off code. That 15% off code is good on all of our Caterpillar products and our little bundles that we're going to be sharing throughout this entire event. So be sure you add that code to cart to get an extra 15% off, and all orders over $98 ship for free. If you signed up as an elite member for this event and you're getting the most out of this event, and I hung out with a lot of you yesterday in our kickoff networking session that you guys got, you should have received a 20% off discount code in your email. So be sure you're using that. Now, if you didn't register for an event and you decided that wasn't for you, that is okay. I do have a discount code for you to save 10%. And that code is Handmade 10. And I'm actually, you know what, Eric, I didn't make a banner for that, and that is my fault. So I'm going to make that right now, and I'll pop it up on the screen. Let's see here. Save 10% with code Handmade 10. There we go. So this is the code that you can use if you chose not to register for the event or sign up for the Elite Experience. This is a 10% off code just for tuning in and watching live and hanging out with us. So you can use this at checkout for any of our products, and this is exclusive to Caterpillar products only, okay? So I just wanted to make you guys aware of that. But if you register for the VIP free experience, you should have gotten a 15% off code in your email. And if you register for the Elite Experience, you should have gotten a 20% off code in your email, and you'll need to make sure you go find those. I don't share them here because you signed up for them, right? Okay, so with that being said, I am going to pass the baton off to Keisha. Keisha works with us. She is amazing, and she's going to walk you through our biggest bundle. And this is our all-in sewing bundle. And this bundle is amazing. It's all in for sewing and for quilting, but honestly, you can use it for so many things. We just kind of call it that because our sewists and our quilters really love it. So it's our biggest bundle. She's going to walk you through all of those products, going to give you a really good overview of all of our products, or most of them that are included in that. And then I'm going to pop off and let her share that with you. If you have any questions, myself and Eric are in the chat helping answer those questions. And we can pop some over to Keisha as well as she's sharing. By the way, I'm going to just drop a little hint here. We might be giving away one of these all-in quilting sewing bundles at some point during this event. There's a lot of giveaways during this event, but I'm just letting you know that someone who registered for this event might be walking away with what Keisha's about to show you. So I'm going to pass it over to Keisha and welcome her to our event. Hello. Oh, your cameras. Can you rotate your phone for me?
Yep. Sorry, this is my first time. Have some patience, please.
It's okay. It's okay. we're just so grateful that you're here. By the way, Keisha does sales with us. So if you are a quilt shop owner, you might have talked to her, or if you've gone to one of our shows all over the US, she does a lot of our shows. You might have met her in person. And also she works with our affiliate program as well. And so again, we're so grateful to have Keisha take some time. This is definitely a last minute. We really appreciate her coming and hanging out with us.
Yeah, we'll see how well Keisha can do, right? We'll see. We'll see. She can't even get her phone hooked up. Let's
It's
see.
okay. It's okay. Hey, you know what? While you're doing that,
Yeah.
you want to do a spin to win, and we'll give some prize away because we
Yeah,
haven't done
let's
one yet.
do
Let's kick off
that.
with that. Yeah, Jana says, "Holy
Perfect
moly,
timing.
someone's going to win the huge light board." Yes, Jana, someone's going to win an ultra light board. Are you guys ready for a spin to win? If you're new here, we get really excited about spin to win. Okay, so get ready. I'm going to need you guys to cheer in the chat. Spin to win. Spin to win. Let's see what we're winning. Let's see what we're spinning for. All right, spin to win. The first prize is first prize, 2 little mini clamps. Someone was just talking about how they don't have these yet, but they need them. So that's what we're spinning to win. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you to put a number in the chat. You can spam the chat with that number as many times as you want, but this is what you're playing for. Someone's going to win this, okay? The question is, who is excited for day 1 of Handmade Collective? It's the easiest question. Put the number 1 in the chat if you are excited for the first day of the Handmade Collective and you're happy to be here. Put a number 1 in the chat. Start spamming our chat with all the number 1s while I take a sip of my coffee. I'm still working on my morning coffee. If you haven't met Eric yet, Eric's one of our newest team members. He's hanging out in the background, moderating our live today, helping you guys out in the chat. Yeah, Keisha.
Hey, I might have to log in again to get my headphones to connect.
Okay. No, that's fine. Take your time. So I'm going to let her get situated, but pop your number 1 in there. But Eric's going to be our winner picker. That's your official title today, Eric, if you didn't know. Winner picker. So what he does is he'll just scroll through, he'll click on a name, and then he'll pop it up on the screen, and you will be our winner for 2 mini clamps. All right. Eric, whenever you're ready, Eric's here moderating. Go ahead and pick a winner. We've got a lot of number 1, so just scroll back and forth as far as you can. And he's closing his eyes, guys. I can see him closing his eyes. He takes this very seriously. And then put that up on the screen. Melissa Sosa. Congratulations, Melissa. Congratulations, Melissa. In order to receive your giveaway, obviously we don't know how to send it to you. If you could send an email to support@caterpillar.com. In that email, you need to put your name, your shipping address, and that you won 2 set of the 2 mini clamps, okay? So write that email down, send us your name, your mailing address, and that you won 2 mini clamps, or else we won't be able to send it to you, okay? So if you want to collect, send us that email to support@caterpillar.com. Appreciate you, Melissa Sosa. I'm going to actually make a little note of your name as well in our little giveaway here. So 2-pack mini clamps. Before I forget, there we go. So as soon as we get your information email, we'll make sure we send these out to you. But congratulations to be our first spin to win winner. That's exciting. Awesome. Keisha, are we good to go? I think we might be. I think you're still let's see. Nope, you're still sideways.
I just changed I don't know. Bethany, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. This is the fun part of lives, Keisha. You know.
Yeah.
Is your phone locked so it won't rotate? Because some phones lock.
That might be the problem.
I'll let you look at that real quick. Yep, Karen said, tell her to unlock her screen. Yeah, it happens. I accidentally hit that button sometimes too. All right, so while we're waiting, I'm going to just do a quick run through of everything. I have most of everything within arm's reach, so I'm going to grab a couple of things and we'll start showing you what is in the all-in quilting and sewing bundle, and then she'll dive in deeper. But let me grab, well, I have one of these things right here, and I have the other one right here. Look at me. Look at me. We're improvising. Okay, so there's actually quite a few products in our all-in quilting and sewing bundle, and she's going to talk about most of those with you in just a second, but I'm going to dive into a few of them real quick with you, and you'll see me talk about these later as well. But this is truly like this bundle set up to like if you are ready to totally set up your space for all things quilting, sewing, crafting, creating, this bundle is like the ultimate setup. Okay. There's what, two light boards, a cutting mat, a glass mat, two different totes, a swivel, a clamp light, and then the entire flex light with accessory kit. Like everything you need to use your quilting and sewing in your space and on the go. But two of my favorite products that I'm going to show you, and these I grabbed these because I'm going to talk about them again later, but these two go really well together. So I'm going to talk about these real quick. So, oh, Keisha, are you ready? Let's see here. It's still putting you sideways. You know what? Just go the other way and I'll just zoom you in. It's fine. We'll make it work. So the flip and fold
Well,
48.
Doesn't everybody want to watch me sideways? Wouldn't that make it more fun?
Just lean their head to the side. So the flip and fold 48 is our largest cutting mat. It's a self-healing cutting mat. We'll be diving in deeper to all of the benefits of the flip and fold 48 a little later, but it is meant to fold up and store away so it doesn't warp. You can take this on the go with you. It's wonderful. And we call it the flip and fold 48 because its biggest size is 36 by 48, which is a huge cutting mat. I use this one all the time. And I love that I can fold it up and tuck it out of the way. So this is definitely a favorite of mine. And it's also 5 cutting mats in one. So like this is the first size, which is what, 11 by 17? Yeah. So this is the first size. So if you just need a little bit of space, you can put this next to your machine and cut on that. But then you can open it up into like 5 different sizes, being the biggest 36 by 48. So we'll play with this one a little bit later, but I just wanted to show you that one while she gets set up. And then this is our clamp light. So I know I showed you the 2 mini clamps a minute ago, but this is our clamp light. So it's a clamp and it will clamp to your ruler or whatever you're going to be cutting with. And it just is a simple little suction clamp, but it has a light on it. It has a light. It's also got this like nice grooved handle, which is very helpful. And you can use a right hand or left hand. Easy. So it's perfect for both my righties and my lefties. And yes, it's got a light. So when you've got it down on your mat and you can see very well, but when you have it clamped to a ruler, it casts like the perfect little shadow next to the ruler, right where you're going to be cutting. And it just is so nice. The other nice thing is this is going to keep your hand and your wrist nice and level. It's going to really help for anyone who struggles with like carpal tunnel or they've got a lot to cut and their hand gets sore. This is a way to keep it nice and safe. You're keeping even pressure on your ruler and your material, so nothing's slipping and sliding. Keisha, did I do good with the clamp light?
You did great, Bethany.
Right.
You should just do all the presentations from now on.
No. They're going to get sick and tired of me, and I'm going to lose my voice if I just keep talking. I'm going to answer questions in the chat. Yes, the cutting mats are made with a different type of material than traditional cutting mats. It's called TPE, and it's self-healing, but it's also what helps us make it foldable, and it also is what prevents it from warping. You could literally put this in a hot car and it's not going to get damaged. So Keisha's going to talk to you about all of that. I'm going to pass it over to her, and then Keisha, at any point I'm happy to hop back in. You just let me know.
Okay, that sounds good. Hi everybody, I'm Keisha, and like Bethany said, I work with Caterpillar. I actually do a lot of the wholesale, but I also get to travel around the country and go to quilting shows, sewing shows, scrapbooking shows. I've been doing that for about 6 years. So I love all the products. I am a huge fan. I've been selling them for a while. I know everything about them. So I'm happy to answer any questions. But today I'm going to talk to you. Bethany kind of introduced it a little bit. Today I'm going to talk to you about the all-in bundle. You guys don't even understand. This is all of our best products. They're all put together at a great price. And if you are a VIP or in the elite, you've got your special codes to use. But even if you're just watching here, you can use that code that Bethany gave you, the Handmade 10, to get an additional 10% off our already marked down prices. Of course, you can always buy these pieces individually. You can save the 10% on each of them individually, but this is going to be the best bang for your buck. I promise. If you want to set up your craft room to be the ultimate craft room, this is the way to do it. So we'll first start with our biggest light board. This is in our package. This one is called our Ultra. You guys, this one is 19 by 26. This is our big mama. This is actually one of my personal favorites because a few things. It's super bright. So it's got 4 levels of light. I'll show you that here. So you can adjust that as you need. You can make it brighter because sometimes we need a lot of light and sometimes we just need a little bit of light. But this is the brightest it goes, which is super bright. And see, this room is pretty bright, but having this light underneath is such a game changer. Like, it just makes everything so much easier to see. The other thing about our light boards that are amazing is that they come with this beautiful self-healing cutting mat. Now, the cool thing about this mat is it does come with a little bit of a grip surface on the back of the mat. What that does is it keeps it in place. So when you're using your rotary blade or your X-Acto knife, the mat's not going to slide around. So you can keep your fabric right here in place, your pattern or whatever you're working on. You can cut directly on your light board. So that is going to just be a game changer. When you're lining up your fabric, you're using your ruler, you're trying to get things just that much more accurate. I can make sure that I'm going to be straight on either side so I don't go to the sewing machine and try to sew my pieces and realize they're a little bit crooked. So this is in our all-in package. It's called our Ultra Light Board. It's super, super wonderful. You can keep it plugged in on your desk, or what we're giving you in this bundle is we are also giving you the tote that goes with it. So this is our Ultra Tote. This is actually one of my favorite totes as well, because I have been known to take this light board on an airplane or two, and this tote is a game changer. So I can carry it on the airplane or carry it to a retreat, take it wherever I want. But it's also like a storage place for it. So let me show you. It's double padded all the way through. It's got these really nice reinforced corners here on the bottom. The one thing about this bag that I love more than anything is it's got these little feet on the bottom. So you can store your board upright if you want to. It's got a nice big pocket in the front for patterns, rulers, any of that extra stuff. So you're going to get this with your Ultra bag, with your Ultra. So you get both of these pieces. So that's just one part of this all-in bundle. The next light board you're going to get in this bundle is our mini light board. So this one does all the same fun things that our big light board does. It's got the nice 4 levels of light, but this one is 9 by 13. So it's just a cute little one. It's nice to take with you if you travel. You can have this like sitting in your lap in the car or at a retreat or on an airplane. What you can do is you can take the mat off, and this right here, you could do this with all of our light boards, but this is so handy. Look at how nice this is to just do any of your tracing. You can do all your applique tracing here, your embroidery patterns. You can trace that all right here on your light board. The one nice thing about the mini light board, I know Bethany was showing you that in our tiny little bundle that she was talking about earlier, you get the magnets and the magnetic plates. Well, this light board actually has the magnetic plates built in. So you can add these to the package where you can use them and hold down whatever you might be working on. In the top right here, we've got magnetic plates, and then also in the bottom. So that's going to actually hold my pattern and my fabric in place so I can trace that, and I'll be much more accurate because it won't move around. If I get a phone call or the doorbell rings or something, I can leave this here and I can come back to my tracing and it will stay right where it is. So along with the mini, that's what we call this little guy, you're getting the Ultra bag, the mini, and we're also going to give you the mini tote. So this is the mini tote. So the mini is a really good size because you can take it with you. It's small. You can use this little tote to protect it. It's double padded. It's got a nice little slit right here. You can put a pen or a pencil for all your tracing. These two nice little pockets, you can put your electrical cords, your rotary blades, anything that you're going to take with you. You've also got this little pouch right here where you can put other things as well. Rulers fit here, patterns, anything like that. You fold it up kind of like a briefcase. You can hold it this way. And then you've got this nice big pocket here in the front for other things, like your cell phone would fit in there or some of your tools that you want to take. So in this all-in bundle, you're getting, again, the ultra bag, the mini, and the mini bag. And then, oh my gosh, you guys, we just keep going. We just keep going and going. So another thing that you're going to get in this beautiful bundle is our tempered piece of glass. This right here, again, is one of my favorite pieces. So it's kind of like a mixed media mat. So it's kind of a general crafting mat because anything that you get on this piece, you can take the piece and go take it into your kitchen sink, clean it off. If you get something stuck on there, you can use an X-Acto knife and scrape it off because it does have the gridded pattern, but the pattern is actually printed on the back side of the glass. So if you had to scrape something off, you're not going to scrape off your pattern. This will also take the heat of an iron. So if you're working on an applique pattern, you can put this on your light board. And I'm glad we have the Ultra out here because this is what I love to do. I actually love to put this piece on half of my Ultra. Then that way I have the ironing surface here or my mixed media surface here. And then I've also got my cutting surface right next door. So if I cut out my applique pattern, I can just move it right over here and I'll show you. I've got the cutest little iron for demos. So then I can just press it right here while it's on top of my light board. And the grid is there because say you're going to fold over your seams, you can line that up, get more accuracy again because you are seeing from underneath, and you can press it right while it's on top of your light board. So this is a wonderful accessory to have. And by the way, this accessory will fit inside of your big Ultra tote with your Ultra. So if you decided to take that with you traveling or to a class, you could have all of the pieces together. Another accessory that is in our all-in bundle is called our swivel. So this is our rotating mat. This is a really nice mat because it actually spins on ball bearings. So there's ball bearings back here. So it's actually a nice smooth rotation. So it's not going to spin out of control. It's going to be very controlled. It's got little stoppers along the way. So that way, when you actually press down to cut, it's not going to move around. I know some of these, they kind of spin out of control. This one is not going to move around. This mat in here is self-healing. It's actually down in this groove. So you've got this little like groove thing that it sits down in. So that way the mat is not going to move around. Again, we like our mats to stay in place so you can get all of your cutting done. This mat is actually reversible. So once you've used this side up, say you're getting it really marked up, you can turn it over and you can use the other side if you like. This will also fit inside of your Ultra tote. So like I said, if you're going to a class or a retreat, maybe you're going away for the weekend to be with your crafty friends, you could bring your Ultra, you could bring the glass mat, and you could bring your swivel all in one bag, which is super handy. So again, let's just recap where we are. We're not even finished through this whole package. The all-in sewing bundle. You're going to go to our website, cutterpillar.com. You can click on that bundle. It's already discounted. It's a huge discount. Plus, if you're watching right now and you have not signed up to be a VIP or in the Elite, you can use the code Handmade10 and you'll get an additional 10% off on this bundle. This is a great deal. So included in this bundle is our Ultra light board, the Ultra tote that fits it, the mini light board, the mini tote, the glass mat, and the swivel. Okay, so we're like halfway through this big giant bundle. Again, you can buy these products separately. They are listed on our website. But if you want to get your best value for your dollar, you're going to want to grab the bundle because it is such a great price. And with that extra 10% off, you're going to save a ton. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is our flip and fold. So Bethany was kind of telling you a little bit about this. This is one of our newer products. It's really handy because, as you can see, it's all folded up. And if you are like me, if you're going to any retreats or you're going to any classes, you never know what size of folding mat or a cutting mat you're going to need. So this is a great option to bring with you because it first starts out right here, and it starts out at 11 by 17. Now watch how easy this folds out. It just folds out, and now I've got a mat that's 17 by 22. So if I have my bigger pieces, I can cut on here. And it's made out of self-healing. We've put all of the seams just off one of the major marks, so you don't have to worry about going right on those lines. You can cut straight across here. Not a problem. It's not going to disrupt your fabric. So then you're going to flip it over, and you are able to open it up to 17 by 48. Now what's really cool is it's got these little puzzle pieces. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to lock those, because once you have locked those in, now it's going to be a nice smooth mat all the way. Because who wants to take this big of a mat to your quilting retreats? Like, I don't have the space for it. I'm sure that you don't have the space either. So I will pull this open as big as it gets. It's really, really big. So it folds out to 36 by 48. This is a huge mat. So if you have space for this, you can pull it out. Say you just need to cut something really big. You can pull it out on the dining room table. You can even pull it out in the living room. My best friend, she bought a rug for Christmas last year, but it was a little too big for her space. So she just put it on here. She was able to cut it out the size she needed. And then when she was done, she could just fold the mat right back up and then just slide it on a shelf or put it away in a drawer or put it back in, I don't know, say maybe your ultra tote that you're going to get when you get your all-in sewing bundle. So this is a great piece. Again, you can buy these all separately, but the best way to save the money is to get the bundles, you guys. You're going to get all these great pieces that we're talking about today. So this is called our flip and fold cutting mat. All right, so the next piece we're going to talk about, Bethany did touch on this too. This is one of Bethany's favorite products. This is our ruler gripper that actually has a light on it. So it's got 2 levels of light. And all you're going to do is you're just going to pop this open like this, place it on your ruler, and now actually your cutting line is lit up. You can adjust the light. It's got the 2 levels. It's just rechargeable. So it's really easy to just recharge it at night, and then you can use this. And this has got a really nice handle. So it's kind of more comfortable to hold than using your fingers. It also keeps your fingers out of the way, because when you're using that rotary blade, you want to keep your fingers far, far away from the edge. This will work. It just pops right off. It'll work on most thicker rulers. The skinny ones, obviously it won't fit because it does have that 2-inch base. But it's a nice, it just locks on really, really nice and tight. And again, it's more light. I don't think anybody's ever said we do not need any more light. I have plenty of light in this room. That's never something a crafter ever says. We always need more light. So this is called our clamp light. So you're going to get that in the all-in sew bundle. And you guys, guess what? We're not even done. We still have a few more products. So the next one that I'm going to talk to you about is called our Flex Light. You guys have probably seen the Flex Light. We've had this out for a few years. This is such a cute little handy light. I really like it because I can just set it there on my table and use it. But a lot of people like to use it because we give you this little cradle right here. And what you're going to want to do with your cradle, I'll bring my little handy dandy sewing machine over here. Isn't she cute? So you can put this cradle on the front of your machine, on the side of your machine, on the back of your machine, wherever you feel is comfortable. So if it's right here, you're going to be able to slide this right down in the cradle, and then it's got 3 levels of light. So I'm going to have light exactly where I need. So when I'm threading my needle, or even I'm trying to clean out my bobbin, I can use the light to see what I'm doing. It's got a nice adjustable neck, so you can move the light around as you need, but it goes right there. And again, you can just set it right here on your table if you like. So that's called our flex light. And that is going to be in the all-in sew bundle. So we'll just recap real quick here. The items you're going to get, first of all, you're going to get your ultra light board. You're going to get the ultra tote. You're going to get the mini light board. You're going to get the mini tote. You're going to get the glass mat as an accessory, the swivel accessory. You're also going to get the flip and fold 48. You're going to get your flex light. And then there's still one more product for you guys. So make sure you go check out this bundle. This bundle is great. You're going to get all of the items you need to make your crafting world and your craft room just perfect. So the last item that we are going to talk about, this is called our accessory pack. And this is one of our brand, I mean, this just came out a couple of months ago, I believe. This is a nice accessory pack that you can use with your flex light. So what you're going to get is you're going to get all these pieces. And I think I lost one of my pieces. Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. So you're going to get a cord that you can plug your base into. So what that will do is it will actually make it so you can charge your light right there on the base. You can even use this base as, like I was showing you, I just set it down wherever I'm using it. Now you have a spot where you can actually use it. So if I'm doing needlework, I can just have it right here. Or say I'm doing a puzzle. Back in 2020, that's what I did. I think every single day as I did puzzles because I didn't have anything else to do. So I would just have the flex light sitting here and I can see everything that I'm working on. Makes it so much easier. You know, it's funny, my dad actually steals my mom's flex light and he takes it and he just goes and takes it out into the garage. And like when he's looking down in the engine, it just makes it so much better. He can actually see down in there because, you know, he's getting a little bit older and his eyesight's not as good as it used to be. So these lights are very handy for so many different things. So you're going to get the base so you can charge it. The next piece you're going to get is this, well, this one actually, this little cradle. So this cradle actually has a little clip on it, as you can see. So I can clip it to like a book, or I can clip it to, let's see, I've got my book right here. So if I wanted to clip it right here, I've got my book right here. I can just clip it right there. I can slide my light in there. And while I'm reading or I'm writing, I can have just so much more light. Look at how you can see that. It's so much better. I just love how many options you have with the flex light. So you're going to get that cradle and you can store it right here, which is really handy. The next cradle I'm going to show you is this cradle right here. So this cradle actually has magnets on the back of it. So you can slide this in here. Now this is going to look a little strange, but it actually is really cool. So we're going to give you this lanyard right here. The lanyard is actually going to hook to this cradle. So you can actually have the light hanging around your neck. I'll move my hair out of the way so you guys can see this. So now I can actually have light down here in my lap. So if I'm doing my embroidery or I'm doing any of my handwork or needlework, cross stitch, anything like that, you can have a little light here. Now we thought this is kind of dangly, so that's a little bit not what I want. So we came up with this piece right here. So this is a little circle piece that you can actually put on the inside of your shirt and you can hook this, and then that way it's going to stay in place. It's actually going to hook right here. It's going to hook to the lanyard. I don't have my sizing right, but it's going to hook to the lanyard. And then this is not going to move around, and it's going to stay in place. So you can adjust the lanyard to however long you want it. If you want it up higher or if you want lower, wherever you want, you're going to be able to adjust that exactly where you want. So that's one of our newest products. It's called our accessory bundle. Oh, I forgot one more thing. Sorry, guys. You also get this magnifying glass. This right here, you can slide on the tip of the flex light. You can actually use that while it's on the sewing machine, or it's just stationary here, or you're using this other clip. But I like it right here for especially my needlework, because I can use the magnifier to just see so much better. I mean, it's amazing how much brighter and better and more clear you can see when you're doing all of your work. Okay, so I think I got through all of the products. You guys, this is a huge bundle.
You did
So
it.
this is
It's a
called
lot.
our all-in sewing quilting bundle.
You did it. I'm
Like,
proud of you. I'm proud of you.
there's so
It's
many
so
products.
much. It's so much product. And actually, I'm gonna change this to that way you can see Keisha better. It is a lot. It is a lot. And I kind of put it up on screen a minute ago. I'll add it back to screen. We're gonna dive into more about these products individually later. I know you guys have some questions about them. But a lot of you are commenting, I love this. I love that. I love this. You guys love all these little bits and pieces of this bundle. And so
Yes.
this is our all-in quilting and sewing bundle. And typically our bundles are only 5% off. On a regular day, bundles are 5% off. We have made some exceptions because it's the Handmade Collective event, and it's also our last event this year. So this is like the time to jump in, right?
Yeah.
And get
Let's
these
just go
items.
crazy.
Right. Well, and get ready for all the holiday sewing I know you're already planning and starting to do. Okay. So
Yeah.
get the tools you need to be able to do all the crafts and projects and gifts this season. But we now have this bundle at 17% off. And just remember, this is automatically discounted, and you can use your discount code on top of that. So if you
Yes.
are not registered for the event, you can use the code handmade10 to get 10% off on top of this already
Wow.
discounted bundle. If you registered for the free event and you're a VIP, you would have gotten an email with your VIP discount code to get 15% off. And if you signed up for our elite member experience, then you would have a discount code in your email inbox for 20% off on top of this. So that is insane.
Wow.
I don't know that we've ever had this bundle discounted this big, even in past events. So we really went all out on this
Yes.
for this event. And I appreciate Keisha walking you through. I mean, I love every single one of these tools. I reach for all of them on a regular basis. We're going to dive into them more. This is the ultimate bundle. So if you are new to Caterpillar products, but you're ready to like dive in deep, this is the way to go. And as many people have said, like Sue said, this is a get her done. Everything in the bundle.
Everything.
I want it. And someone is going to win this bundle, but only one person. So don't wait on that. Like grab this bundle.
Yes.
Really just am so excited that we were able to offer this kind of discount right before the holidays and for our last event. So,
and yeah. Bethany, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there still time to sign up for VIP and Elite if you have not signed up yet?
Absolutely. There is still time. So if you hop over to caterpillar.com and click on the Handmade Collective page, you can register for the event. That's free to do. That's called our VIP, and you get an extra discount on products. So you get 15% instead of the 10, right? So that's free to do. You just have to name an email. That's it. And then you'll get 15% off instead of 10% off. Okay. If you want to sign up for the Elite experience, once you sign up for the VIP experience, you'll get an email inviting you to sign up for that Elite experience, and it'll walk you through what that entails. And part of that is private Zooms after the live stream here ends. So we're going to be live through the day, but at 2:00 Mountain Time, when our live ends, we're going to be jumping over to a private Zoom with just our elite members, and they're going to be able to talk to us one-on-one, but also talk to all of our teachers that are teaching today. So all the teachers you're going to be learning from today are going to be in that private Zoom, and you're going to get to ask them questions directly. And we don't just do that today. We do that today, tomorrow, and Friday. So we do it all
Yes.
3 days. So you get 3 private Zooms to talk to all of our teachers each day. And
Wow.
so it's really fun. I actually did a little kickoff private Zoom with them yesterday, like a little networking. We played sewing trivia. I gave out some gift cards for them to use this week. Like, it's just a little extra that we do for you. And it's truly the best way to get the most out of this event. And there's a lot of things that they get post-event. They get podcast formats of this event. They get workbooks and transcripts. They get all of these segments that we're going to have from our teachers. They get them clipped down into little mini sessions so they can go back and watch them easily. There's just a slew of benefits of being an elite member. But the reason we offer our event 3 different ways is so you can decide what's the best fit for you. So no pressure to do anything, but we're just glad that you're hanging out with us and watching, and we want you to get the most out of it that works for you. But so some of you guys were there yesterday and we had a lot of fun. And we're going to I have more things in planned for you guys. I have a whole separate thing I planned for just them in these Zooms. It's a lot of fun. I make new friends. This is like the great time to like make new sewing friends, right?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I love this whole week. Like you get to learn so many new tricks and tips, and these teachers and these affiliates that you have asked to join us, they are so unbelievably talented. I'm so excited for the next 3 days. It's going to be so much fun.
Sue says, and Bethany goes rogue. That's the thing. I do go rogue. And I do it here on the live too, but I really do.
She does.
So Lisa, the Zoom links are sent to our elite members. So if you signed up for the elite program membership for the elite experience for this event, then you will get your Zoom links in an email. So be on the lookout for that.
Perfect.
Okay. If you didn't get it, send an email to support@caterpillar.com. We'll make sure you signed up and get you that link. But you should have it. If you don't see it, always check your junk and spam folder. Sometimes automated emails can end up there. Even if other emails have ended up in your inbox. So always check there. You know how that is.
Yes.
Zoom links are nice. Yes, they are. Linda, she said, so happy I won a gift card yesterday. Just can't wait to use it. Just don't know what to get first. Linda, I know we've got a lot to choose from. And I'm so glad that you were hanging out with us yesterday. And Keisha's actually the one that sent that to you. So thank you, Keisha, for sending those gift cards out to our elite members yesterday that won. Okay.
I love seeing that they got it. It actually worked. I'm glad that happened.
Yes. Do you have to sign up for elite each time? For each event, not for each day. So once you sign up for elite, that is for this entire Handmade Collective. All 3 days, you get all of it. Okay. If you signed up for it back in June for that event, that was just for the June event, and you would have to sign up again for the September event because we do all new stuff every time. Okay. So great question. Any questions about any of the products? Because we have a few more minutes before I bring on our first teacher. And I just want to see if there's any other questions while Keisha's here and we're talking about all the products. I mean, you just kind of got like basically a quick overview on our core products. There's some others. Obviously, we'll talk about those later today and throughout this event. But you got a quick snapshot out of all of them. Did you show the swivel?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I did show the swivel.
I had to run and grab something, so it might have been when you were doing that, but I just saw the picture and I was like, I don't remember the swivel. Yeah. So there's a lot in this bundle, and if you have any questions,
I had to actually write down everything that was in this bundle so I didn't forget because there's so many products.
Well, I look at it on the website. I'm like, what's the list? What am I grabbing? I need a picture. I need a picture to tell me what I need to pull.
Do I have all of them?
Yeah, I have to tell you, I love that this bundle, real quick, I love that this bundle comes with 2 light boards. So it comes with the, where's my mouse? It comes with the mini one right here and its little tote. And it comes with the Ultra, our biggest, and its tote. And between these 2 totes, everything fits in them. Except for like the clamp light. You can probably just put that in another bag just because it's round. But like, honestly, everything will fit in these totes. So you can store everything. You can take it places. I travel a lot, as Keisha does too. I also like go to sewing club once a month here in Nashville. I do a lot of retreats. I like to teach on the go. And the mini, I take it with me every time I go to sewing club, every single time. And I put it in my little tote and it's wonderful. Someone had a question, which devices use magnets? Okay. All of them can use magnets. So let's talk about that real quick. Because magnets, you were showing that the mini.
The mini.
The mini has built-in magnets, and the magnets are across the bottom and the top on the long edges.
Yes.
But here's the thing. If you want to put a magnet right here in the middle, that's where those magnetic plates, you can just stick that here. There's my magnetic plate on the bottom. All of these are stuck together every time.
Yes.
Every time. I'm going to actually switch to this camera. Let's just go over here. So I've got my magnet on the bottom right there. I'm not even sticking it to it. I'm just laying it underneath. There you go.
That's what I love about those plates is that you don't necessarily have to stick them to the back. You can just move them around for whatever size your project is.
So let's say I want to stick another one under there. There we go. So now I've got my magnets stuck to it, and my magnets are built in here, so I don't need to put plates there, but if I wanted plates in the middle, I could. Now on the Ultra, there are no built-in plates, and that's why we're going to want to maybe use those, and you can put them on the back if you want. Look, they moved around when I moved my magnets. That's how strong these are, y'all. They are so strong.
Oh my gosh.
So the mini has built-in magnets, but you can add more. The Ultra doesn't have built-in magnets, so you can use the plates wherever you want. You can put them down wherever, or you can just leave. I don't take the adhesive off. I like to move them around. Okay.
Right. I do too.
And then if you have your flip and fold, you can also use them with your flip and fold cutting mat.
They'll go right through the flip and fold.
So let's say, and I've just grabbed the mini one real quick so I can open it up. But this is just one side of this flip and fold. I'm going to put the magnet. Let me get one of these. They are super strong magnets. Okay. They really are. Stick this underneath. There we go.
And now it's going to hold it down. Holy cow.
There. So if I had fabric here, so a lot of people use pattern weights to hold down their material. This can act as your pattern weight. Now you have a magnetic cutting mat essentially, because you're putting, and you don't want to stick these to your flip and fold, because as you flip and fold, you want to be able to cut still. And you'll be using both sides of this cutting mat at some point. So don't stick them, but you can use it to just hold it in place. It's so amazing. Lisa said she just signed up for the Elite. Lisa, I can't wait to hang out with you later in our private Zoom with all of our teachers. You're gonna have so much fun with us.
It's so fun.
So there's another one. So now I've got so you can put the magnets through your flip and fold as well, which is wonderful. They're so strong.
They are really strong.
Great questions about magnets. And this is that mini bundle that we were talking about. I talked about earlier with the extra plates. You can't have enough of these. You can't have enough of these. And normally our green magnets, we call them little green thumbs, little Shrek thumbs. They usually are just sold in a set of 2, but in this little mini bonus bundle that I showed you earlier, it's 4. So you would get 4 of these. You would get, instead of 6, you would get 12 of the plates and the 2 mini clamps.
Oh my gosh.
Can't have enough of these.
You would be all set if you got the all-in sewing bundle and then the little mini bundle.
I know.
You're gonna have everything.
I know.
Everything.
I know. There's so many good things. So many good things. So yeah, this was great. I appreciate you sharing our bundle, our biggest bundle with us today. Keisha's going to come back tomorrow and share another bundle with you, and on Friday. So she's coming back. Don't worry.
I will be back, guys. But thank you for listening to me. And I really hope you go and you get this bundle, because you're not going to be disappointed. They're great products. You're going to enjoy them.
Keisha, where's your next show? Where are you going to be at next? Do you know?
I leave on Tuesday next week to go to Fredericksburg, Virginia. So I will be at the Sewing and Quilting Expo.
Awesome. So if anybody's in that area and planning on going to that show, go by.
Oh, please come say hi. I love it when you guys come and say hi to me. I love that so much.
And then you can ask her all the questions right there in person. But here's a good question Linda has. Does the Ultra have to be plugged in? Yes, it does. Let me tell you why.
Yes.
The Ultra and the Mini both have to be plugged in. Our classic light board has to be plugged in. The only one that doesn't is our premium light board. So if you were to look on our website and look for a premium light board, we have the original premium and the premium 2. Both of those are battery operated. They have built-in battery packs and are rechargeable. All other light boards, the Ultra,
have to be plugged in.
The Mini and the Classic have to be plugged in. The Ultra has to be plugged in. That thing is big. And
it's big. It needs a lot of power.
It needs a lot of power. It needs a lot of juice to be that bright. And it's so bright. I showed somebody this the other day, and I'm going to show it to you guys. Oh, if I can open my drawer.
Okay. What's she getting?
What am I getting? What am I digging out of the drawer over here? Okay.
Look how cute you are with all your Halloween stuff, Bethany.
You like my, oh wait, which side? My sewing machine?
Yes, it's so
It's a
cute.
skeleton sewing and my little witchy hat. I may wear
Yeah,
this during the Zoom later. We'll see.
I think
So
you
this is
should.
the plug. This is the plug for all of our light boards except for the Ultra. This is
Yeah.
the plug for the Ultra. And I show this to you because it's a bigger plug, because it's a bigger light board. It needs more power. So just to kind of understand why it can't be battery operated, is it would make it even bigger and heavier. So, and you need more power. So just make sure if you get the Ultra and you have the Mini, that the Ultra is always a black
Blackboard. Yep.
black cord in a bigger box. You do not want to use this one on any other light board because it'll give it too much power. Okay.
It will
So
blow it up, literally.
Yeah, all of our other ones are white. The black one is for our Ultra, and that's how I keep it straight. You could just take a little piece of tape and write Ultra on it if you have multiple light boards.
Just know the black one. The black one goes for the biggest light board.
Yeah, because it's got the biggest box, and then all the other ones look the same. And honestly, I don't know which one goes to which. They all look the same, and I just grab one out of. I've got a bunch of them in the drawer over here.
Oh yeah,
whichever
the white ones, they're interchangeable. The white ones are fine. It's just the black one has to be its own thing.
All right. Well, that was super fun.
It was
Keisha,
fun.
do you want to hang out and we do a spin? Look, Tracy said we need to do a spin to win. She read my mind.
Let's do it. That would be so fun.
You want to do it with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me switch my camera over here. Ooh, it's close up. There we go.
I love giving stuff away.
I know, me too. It's like you feel like Santa. Spin to win. Spin to win.
Spin to win.
What are we playing for? What does that say? It's so dark. A $25 gift card. There we go.
All right.
Oh
yeah, it's hard to see the dark.
You guys get ready to put the number 2 in the chat if you loved having Keisha on our show today, sharing all about our ultimate bundle, the all-in bundle. So put the number 2 in the chat.
Number two. Come on, where's those twos? There
they are. Put all the number 2s in the chat. And in just a second, Eric's going to pick a winner.
Perfect.
And we'll send you a $25 gift card to put towards.
I will actually send that to you because I know how to do that now. So
I messaged her yesterday. I was like, "Can you do this for me?" And she's
like, "I will find out."
We are a team that we all wear all the hats, and I love it.
We do. We move our hats from day to day.
Right. All right.
Look at all those twos.
Eric, pick a winner whenever you're ready. And this is for a $25 gift card. Who's our winner? Sue Stedman.
Yay, congratulations, Sue.
Thank you. Congratulations. All right, we've got our winner. Sue is our winner of a $25 gift card. Everybody say congrats to Sue. We will be doing more spin to win later, so don't worry.
You guys, you don't understand how much stuff Bethany gets, gives away. Holy cow, you guys, you're in for it.
No one's told me not to yet. And this is our third event this year. So
we'll just ask for forgiveness later.
Push the limit a little more. I mean, it's our last event of the year, right? So Sue, congratulations. Sue, I need you to send an email to support@caterpillar.com. It needs to say your first and last name. And we just need your email address. There's nothing to
we just need your email address.
It's a digital gift card. We'll email to you. So if you can send that to support@caterpillar.com,
we'll get that taken care of.
Get that out to you so that you can, but she can't send it to you. So you send us an email so we know your email address. Okay.
Yes, please.
Email support@caterpillar.com. Let Keisha know that you won a $25 gift card and she'll get that sent off to you. We appreciate you hanging out with us during the live today.
Yeah.
So congrats.
Thanks for having me. And I will see you guys again. Enjoy all the teachers today, all the presenters. They're amazing. So enjoy your day, you guys.
All right. Thanks, Keisha. All right. You guys ready for our first teacher? Our first teacher to teach you some amazing sewing things. And it's not just one. She's got her daughter with her too. I'm excited to bring Kim to stage. So give me just a second to click on all of her cameras. So give me 1 second. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. And all right. Look at all of us.
Hi.
Hi, Kim.
How are you?
Good.
I think Keisha sounds like she has the most fun job ever. Traveling around. How much fun would that be?
I know. She does have a lot of fun and she does so much for us and we're so grateful to have her on our team. And I'm excited for you all to be sharing. So you guys are going to be doing a fun project. It's a little trick or treat bag with some applique and reversible for like a little pillow. I'm so excited about this, and I'm so glad that we're kicking off this our event with you guys. So I'm actually going to take no more time away from you because I know you have a lot to get through. And by the way, if you didn't know, Kim with Quilters Gym, she has been so generous to give us not one, but 6 fat quarter bundles to give away to some of our registered members of our event. So if you registered for this event, your name might be picked for one of these fat quarter bundles, and we'll find out at the end of her teaching. But you guys, I'm going to hand it over to Kim and let her have all the fun with you guys.
Well, thank you so much. Our bundles are all Island Boutique. They are Pumpkin Delight. They are fun bundles. They would be great for use with this project or pretty much any project that you are going to be doing. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Quilters Gem and how it comes to be. It is spelled Jem, Gem, and that stands for my 3 daughters, Jenna, Emma, and Maggie. Emma is my oldest. Jenna is my middle. She was just here setting up the camera, all the cameras and all the computer stuff. She does a lot of behind the scenes, does a lot of writing for our magazine. Emma's my oldest, and then Maggie is my youngest, and she is here to kind of keep track of the cameras and make sure that, you know, if something gets knocked over, she's gonna pick it up and keep going with us. So we are Quilters Gem. We are just beginning our 7th year now in November, and we're super excited. We're located in East Grand Forks, Minnesota, so only 100 miles from the Canadian border. So we are way up here. And we just have lots of fun things to show you today. We do have kits available for what you'll see today. We do have a discount code. Our discount code is SPOOKY, and that is 15% off any one-time purchase. So you can certainly go to quiltersgem.com and find lots of fun things. We also have our patterns for sale today, so those will also be on the website. So let's get started. I will introduce to you my daughter, Emma, and I will let her tell you a little bit about her part in all of this.
Yeah, so I'm Emma. So my part in this today is the pattern that we are going to be showing is a Design Storm pattern. Design Storm is my pattern company that I started in 2023. But how that came to be was I started working in our local quilt shop at the time, my senior year of high school. And with that, I really developed a passion for design and creativity. And I actually went to school for architecture at North Dakota State University. I graduated about 3 years ago with my master's in architecture. And one thing that I've noticed with architecture and how it's led to a lot of the patterns I've designed is that each pattern I've designed focuses a little bit on architecture. And when I'm in the field every single day, I see different designs, different elements, whether it's floor tile, wall tile, some type of structural element. That is what I get my inspiration with when I design. So you can kind of see behind here, this is my pattern tabulation. This is the first pattern I came out with in 2023. The inspiration for this actually came from kitchen tile for a kitchen project we were working on at the time at work. And I'll pick that up in a minute. But with today's pattern, I developed it because I love fall and I love spooky season, and I wanted just a nice bag to travel with throughout this season. But if you're like me, you have 100 different bags and you can't use them all the time. And so I developed the pillow case. And so I'll kind of just show what we're going to be showing today. So this is the bag. You can see the strap. And then all you do to turn it into the pillowcase, you take it off, take the strap off, and you'll have a pillow form. You'll stick that in there. And I usually fold the taps in. And for this sample, I use the snaps, but which are optional. You can also use ties, which I show in this one. So this one has the pillow form in it. So
And I kind of prefer the ties over the
I kinda
snaps.
prefer
I
the
don't really
ties too.
like to put snaps in that well.
Yeah, and it's a bit more comfortable as a pillow.
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely.
those are kind of the two options before we get started.
We with the pillow cover, I like to have that, but I also like to just make these little bags because it's fun if you're going to a meeting or you have an event to have a cute little Halloween type bag, or even if you do it in just fall, because the things that are included in your pattern are the templates, and you'll be able to make it either Halloweeny or fall. Totally up to the individual how you want to do that.
Yeah. So should we get started?
Let's get started. Yes.
Okay. So
Do you want to cut to her camera, Bethany?
the fabric that I'm going to be using, this is a super cute Halloween fabric that we just recently got into the store. And this is going to be in one of the kits that will be online. So I'm using this for the exterior of my bag, and then this light pink for my interior. And I already have my fusible fleece on the inside of this one. But when you get the pattern, you'll get the templates for the ghost and the pumpkin, which you'll see, which you saw in the examples. So I am going to be tracing the small pumpkin for my bag. I'm going to take my Eden bond,
That one is Steamacine.
steamacine, and
Just carry both and they
Yep.
work the same. So
So I'm going to be using the Caterpillar Glow Ultra light board.
yes.
And I really like this light board because it has the different lighting settings. So you have kind of a dim, a medium, another one. Is there even a bright? Yep,
Yes.
there's even a brighter. And I'll be using the brightest one to show this sample. So hopefully it shows a little bit better on camera. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna trace this pumpkin. And I usually use a little bit finer of a utensil just because I really like my lines really crisp, but for the purpose of everybody being able to see it today, I'm going to be using this Sharpie.
I also really love the Ultra Glow Mat. We do lots and lots of paper piecing here in the store and at home. I have one here at the store and for people to try. And then also I had to get one for home as well because we do so much paper piecing. I love the fact that it has the large cutting mat that goes on top of it. I use that constantly. And I find that with my aging eyes, I know I put things on that glow mat, even besides my paper piecing and my applique, because it just gives me that little bit extra light that I need. I love the bright lights. Yeah.
Okay. I have that all traced. Just gonna put this to the side. So yeah, I think I had mentioned that in the pattern you get the two different size pumpkins, kind of a bigger pumpkin and a small pumpkin, along with the different size faces and stems. And then the one ghost. Okay, and now what you're gonna do is, yep, we're gonna use that tempered glass.
This is also such a nice product. The glow tempered glass mat, it's so nice for applique. I'll be honest, I was super nervous to use it the first time. That I was gonna crack my glow mat, but if you are careful, you don't want to leave that iron sitting on that on the glow mat or the tempered glass for a long period of time. But when you're careful, it works just beautifully, and you can see so well, especially if you're fussy cutting, which we're not fussy cutting today. But if you're fussy cutting, it's so nice to be able to have that light through where you can press right on top of that.
So I'm going to be using this orange for my pumpkin. I'm just using a fat quarter. You really don't even need a full fat quarter. As you can see, I already cut one pumpkin out for an example a little bit later. But honestly, you just need some scraps.
Yes.
That's all you need for this project. But, oops. I'm going to turn the fabric on the
Wrong side.
The wrong side is where I'm going to fuse this pumpkin. So, peel that off. And it's going to be sticky on the back, which is kind of nice. So you make sure you know exactly where you're placing it. Flatten it down. And then we're not going to use steam on this tempered glass, right? So just press it.
And really the steam-a-scene has almost enough stickiness to cut it out and then go to your next step where you're fusing your pumpkin to your bag. But it's kind of nice for that extra little bit of stick to give it a press.
Yes.
For sure.
Okay. And I usually just let it sit for just a second so it completely fuses in there, and then it's a little bit easier to cut as well. But then I'm just going to cut around my image here.
And any scissor will work perfectly. I love my Karen K. Buckley scissors. They have a serrated edge so they don't push the fabric away. They make a nice crisp cut and they have a super, super sharp points. They come with a little cover. And so that is a good thing because that point is so, so sharp that you don't want to poke yourself. Don't have this laying around. But definitely my favorite scissors especially for applique and cutting out.
Yeah. So you'll see now that the pumpkin shape is all cut around. Backside is, you can kind of see it on the backside actually, which is nice if you use a little rotary cutter.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not that good with the rotary cutter, so I'll be using a scissor to cut around all my shapes.
And you just cut. I mean, it's not super fussy, so you're just cutting. You can cut right on that line. Like Emma said, she usually uses a finer marker. It's much easier for you guys to be able to see if we use a little bit heavier marker today. But you just cut around those shapes, and it doesn't take long to do by any means.
No.
And we didn't number the shapes in this particular pattern because they're pretty self-explanatory. You can pretty much see where the pieces go. They don't necessarily need to be numbered.
No. And we always encourage you to have a lot of fun with this too. I've seen some pumpkins made of multiple different fabrics. So each piece here is a different color orange, or it might be a different color completely. Doesn't all have to be the same. It's a really great project to use all your scraps.
And it's a very fun project to do with your little ones, whether it's a child or a grandchild, because she's working on the small pumpkin right now, but the bigger pumpkin, they're able to manipulate it, they're able to cut it out, and you would help them fuse it on with the iron. But very fun if you want to teach them how to do hand applique or just learn how to stitch a big stitch quilting around the edge. There's so many ways you can fasten this down too. So definitely something to do for your little kids for your kids in your family. And then they can use that pillow on their bed or on a sofa all the way through the holiday season and take the pillow form out and take it trick-or-treating. So it's a great candy bag as well. I also found it fits my computer very, very nicely in there.
Yep.
And I don't think there's ever a time when I have used my bag that people don't ask me, where did you get that bag? It's so cute. And it's like, well, we can show you how to make that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great for trick-or-treating, candy too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So with the steam-a-seam, you have to peel off the back side. So the steam-a-seam is double-sided, so it sticks on the front, and then when you peel off the back side, you are going to fuse it to your fabrics.
Yeah.
And so I think you already have one that is all ready to go.
I do. So I have all the shapes cut out for my bag that I'm going to be doing. So I have my black ghost cut out, so super cute. You can see the sticky on the one side, and place that down where you're gonna want it.
And sometimes if you need a little bit extra stick, I noticed some of the stickiness from the paper kind of tore away as we removed that. But this 505, it's a temporary adhesive glue stick. It has a really nice big surface, and this is a great product. It just gives it that extra little bit of hold to keep your pieces in place. These aren't small pieces, so they're not real difficult. I mean, you could probably do it even without the glue or sticking down, but it really is a cute little ghost on there, and giving that extra little bit of heat really helps. You don't want to hold your pieces, or you don't want to hold the iron on any particular spot too terribly long. The tempered glass is very similar to what we have on our glass top stoves. I'm always hesitant also when I take like a sheet pan or a pan out of the oven, especially if I'm using those big enamel pots, those big cast iron enamel pots. I'm always very hesitant to put that on my glass top, but putting something underneath it helps too.
And so now I'll usually stitch, I'll do a zigzag stitch. There's many different ways you can do the applique. My favorite is the zigzag stitch, which you can see on this bag. But as Kim's going to show us, she's going to do a different type, some crazy straight stitch. Is that what you call it? Or?
It is kind of a crazy straight stitch. So it is just a very handmade kind of looking stitch. I stitch inside my piece, and so it's just gives it a fun look, and I might go around it a couple different times to just make sure it's down. There is a chance that when you wash it, if you wash it, that it's going to fray a little bit, but I think that adds to the charm. So if you want to go to the sewing machine, that would be great. And as you see, I have my little Caterpillar light here that is attached to my sewing machine. It gives it, sewing machine lights are really pretty good, but this just gives it that extra little bit of punch for light that I like to have. And I will show you how I do it. So today I'm using my walking foot, but this is just kind of a crazy way to applique, and it's not a particular method where you would probably not take this to a quilt show, but I think it's fun for a bag. So I'm going to put my needle down, and I'm going to just start stitching. And I just stitch. I just kind of go along. Could have easily started in the middle. That's a little bit bigger piece.
That's okay. You can start wherever. It is nice to, if you're planning to layer, so like mom, you're planning to do a face.
Yes.
To do your stitching on your pumpkin piece first in this case, and then put the face on. I only say that because I ran into that issue when I was developing the pattern a little bit, where I had used all my pieces on, and then I was trying to stitch around each piece, and it just wasn't giving it the look I wanted, just because the stitches were overlapping. It was just kind of looking a little crazy.
So generally what I will do, you can see when I come around here that I have a very wavy stitch in there. I intended to do that. Now I'm just going to go and I'm just going to keep doing that little bit of wavy stitch. It just makes it a little interesting, little fun. You don't have to do that. You could certainly use a blanket stitch, a little zigzag. You could do a little triple stitch to give it a heavier look, or a satin stitch. But this is just a bag that I'm going to give to a little neighbor gal that is going to use it for trick-or-treating. And I actually don't even stop. I don't even disconnect my stitches. I just go on to my next one and I just keep going. So, I mean, it is a really, really simple little process. And it doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be super exact. I just want this to be a very fun little applique here that she can take and she'll enjoy having this. And I sometimes will go around 2 or 3 times and I'll just go stitch my lines over and over. Um,
So do you use a bit longer of a stitch than when you do this?
Sometimes I do,
Sometimes,
but
okay.
today I am not. Today I am just using my regular stitch length. It depends on the kind of look I want, but I just want something that is gonna just really be very primitive and whimsical for this particular. You see, I just kind of go back and forth and just make it fun. Emma's a little bit more exact with her applique than I am. I use this technique a lot on our floor canvases that we do, and it really holds them down very, very nicely.
So I was just gonna show a little close up of the applique that I've done on this bag. So I did a zigzag around each of the objects, and I used different color thread for each one. So for the pumpkin, I used an orange. For the stem, I used green, and then for the ghost, I had used a white thread. So you can definitely change thread too, and just make it ultra fun. I'm gonna finish doing my pumpkin over here, just to.
And I'm gonna keep stitching mine if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Bethany, if we're using both cameras?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay.
And everybody, by the way, loves your fabric choices. I think it's getting everybody in the mood for fall and Halloween.
Oh, thank you.
And they also really love your quilt behind you, by the way. So while you're sewing, if you want to talk about that a little bit, that would be awesome too.
Absolutely. So that is a quilt kit that we sell here in the store or online. It's called Pumpkin Delight, and it's all Island batiks. And I love this crisp white background on these. These are fun. You do have just one little bit of applique with this particular kit with the star. You could do lots of stars, applique them on here. And then we did use a really, really cool star design on this for quilting pattern. So our long armor did that. And this has been such a popular kit. Really, really fun because it's big and it's bold. And definitely with the pattern that's in the kit, you could do this for fall with really pretty muted traditional colors. There's all kinds of opportunity with this particular pattern and kit. And then all of our kits do come for our quilts. They all come with the fabrics for the quilt top and the binding and the pattern. So all of our kits come that way. If I feel that we need it, I will put a fabric guide in there, but always be ready to jump in and do what you want to do. And if you want, as long as you have enough fabric from the kit, if you want to change out and you want to have your ghost or whatever, a totally different color, just go ahead and do that. It's all about the individual and what you like. Make it your own and don't be afraid. It's just fabric and there's always lots more of it. So we also can always help people if they have a fabric that they're looking for a match. Some of us might have kits that maybe we've had for a little bit. Just a few of us. And sometimes you make a mistake and you need a fabric that will coordinate because as we all know, fabrics don't stay around very long. And so we're really good at helping people find those fabrics that go with a project that they maybe have had for a while and that the fabric is unavailable. So we're always trying to help accentuate their project, but then also change the look of it a little bit too. So that's really a fun part of my job anyways.
Yeah.
So you've got yours all.
Yeah. So the only thing I don't have on here is the face for my pumpkin because I'll applique around each object before I put that face on. But yeah, this is kind of the finished product for that one. And I know for some of the bags behind me as well, I have done a design on the inside as well.
Yes.
So that it has many options. So
And I believe that's this big to the side, so you should show that. The word is not in there. You use boo inside of that.
yeah,
But this is another option with the two pumpkins. Emma had written the word boo out and she did it on the other side. Now boo is not included in your kit, but it certainly could be.
or in the pattern.
Or in the, yes, in your pattern.
Yeah.
Pattern or kit. But here we go. Here it is, boo. I suppose it's backwards.
It is.
It's backwards. But it gives you just a whole totally different fun look.
Yeah.
You could do so many things with these, just printing out your own words and then
Yeah.
you will want to print them backwards, right? When
You
do-
will.
Yes.
I ran into that issue. And
Yeah.
this
one has
that's
been-
a lot of trial and learning.
This guy's been turned in and out a lot, but I would even like to just have boo on a pillow on my.
Yeah, and this is actually another example of, so this one I had put down all the objects and then I had stitched around each object like that. So there's many different ways you can applique. So
Yes.
just have fun with it.
Yep, definitely have fun with them. They are totally for the individual. We do carry a lot of different Design Storm patterns here in the store. And I know the girls are going to be at our quilt show, which is October 17th and 18th. And they will be doing demos and things like that and showing the patterns and different tips and tricks that you can use. So we will also have the bags there because these are a great quick make for Halloween. I mean, look at how fast you can do this.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I do want to mention is on the interior lining of the bag, you have heat and bond. Fusible fleece. And this is sticky. Applique work is sticky on your ironing board. So one of the things that I like to do, I learned it from one of our teachers that teaches here. Do you want to hand me the freezer paper? I just use plain old Reynolds wrap, the industrial freezer paper. You can get it at Sam's Club or Costco, grocery store, anywhere. But you notice when you're using it, it has that shiny side to it. If I'm going to be using my regular ironing board with any kind of applique or fusible fleece, I will iron that shiny side to the top of my ironing board first, because I do not like that sticky stuff on my ironing board cover. And that way, when I'm done using the fusible stuff, I just pull that off and my ironing board cover is as good as new. So I really like to protect that cover. Otherwise, when you need to clean them, they are a lot of work to soak and make sure they look nice. But that's just a little extra tip that I have because I do not like sticky stuff on anything. It's very simple to put your straps together. We've used by Annie hardware on these, and it's just a simple strap. All you're doing is sewing your lining fabrics to the end of it. So this is your outer bag for the one that I'm working on. Here is, you're sewing it like a binding strip. So you're making a 90-degree angle and you're sewing that on. I'm going to do it on the other end as well. And then you're going to fold those together and have them meet at the center and then fold them again. And that is going to give you a really cute little handle. You could use a simple handle like strapping and not cover it at all. I think these are really cute, or you could just use a solid color for your strapping.
Yeah.
There's lots of different options that you can do.
Yep.
Are there any questions?
Sorry, I couldn't find my mouse. I clicked on myself. I was like all over the place. Honestly, everybody's just super excited that you shared the tip about the freezer paper. They were like, that's an amazing tip about it. And they didn't know about it. And I love that you share those like little tips and tricks. Can you hold up what you were stitching on your machine up to the camera? Because I would love to see, because you were really like going for it with the applique. And I would love to see how that stitched out.
Yes, let me cut my strings and I will show it to you. You can really see it very, very well on, especially on the back side of it, which is kind of fun too. You know, you could do this very simply with a real pretty colorful thread. I typically probably would not have stitched in black, but you can see here, it just got really, can you see with that one?
Yes, I love that. And
You
actually the
see?
black makes it fun and have some like contrast and gives it texture.
Yes, you can kind of see it actually better on the opposite side.
Yeah.
So
And it looks crazy on the back.
it does look crazy on the back. I love that. I like, and I like that it isn't something that I have to worry, oh, if I go just off the edge, it's going to ruin my project. This, for me, this is not that type of project.
No.
For you, it might be a little bit more like that. But I'm not a
Emma,
perfectionist.
Emma, how would you have stitched around it?
I probably would have done a what's it called, blanket stitch or zigzag
A
stitch
blanket
around.
stitch or a zigzag? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the fun thing is like there's no wrong way. It's just about securing the fabric to it and having fun with it. And this is also applique, I find, is a great time to like explore your decorative stitches on your machine as well. Because I feel like a lot of people get machines with all these decorative stitches and they never use them. And so this is also a fun time to do that. Like on the stem, you could do something, or you could even use some green and do some stitches off the applique with like the leaves, you know, like that fun stitch, and really add to it because your stitching can elevate any project. We did have a question, a couple of questions. One, where is your shop located?
We are in East Grand Forks, Minnesota.
Yes.
And
way up north.
way up north. We also are online at www.quiltersgem.com. And we do a 10-minute Facebook Live every Monday night at 6 o'clock. So we show 10 new products every week in 10 minutes. We always do a fun giveaway. It's a great way to kind of find out what's happening in the store.
Yeah.
So I know we're up here a ways.
Yes. But we can still order online. And someone
Absolutely.
asked, do you have the patterns for the Ghost and Pumpkin project bag that you're making? And yes, you do sell the pattern and you sell kits for it as well. And it's all on your website. And we've been dropping links to your website in the chat and also links to the blog post that we wrote on Caterpillar's website, because that has all the information about them, their website, their social media, their discounts that they're offering. And she also shared at the beginning that you can use code SPOOKY to save 15% off over on their website. Now, how long is that good for?
I believe it's been a while since I put it on there. I believe it's the end of the month.
Okay, awesome. That's very generous. And so when you all hop over to Quilters Gym website, be sure you use the code SPOOKY to save 15%. And you can grab that pumpkin pattern behind them that you guys are loving, or the project that they're showing with the applique, or just follow them and watch their other events that they have going on. Do you have more to show for us? Because we've got about 10, 11 more minutes. Do you have more tips or things you want to stitch out?
We can certainly do that. One of the things I want to mention to all of you is that in December, or maybe it was November of this last year, you know, I have 3 daughters. They're all very busy ladies. They all work outside the shop, but they're always great to help. So I was on the phone with Emma one day on my way to work and said to her, you know, one thing I always wanted to do is have a magazine for the store. And so by about 1:30 that afternoon, I had an outline of, you know, what we were going to have in the magazine. And I'm like, wow, okay, now we really got to get going. So we've done a quarterly magazine called The Gem. It's fun. We usually have a recipe in there also. Sometimes we focus on other businesses that are local to us or somewhat local to us. Emma does a free pre-release design storm pattern every single magazine. So this last time she did a paper piecing pattern, and then she has made the paper piecing books that go with them. And I know for the next magazine, it's probably my favorite, this next pattern that is coming out in the magazine. It is also paper pieced. Or you can use your big Caterpillar fold out mat because there's a 15-degree angle in that.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And so I can show you what the magazine looks like. It's a small magazine, so it just goes into your it just goes into your sewing bag. Maggie also designed a pattern for this one, and she did a little reader's pouch, which was super cute. I can show you what that looks like. And that pattern is in the magazine as well. So we've always got lots of fun things
I love this.
happening in the store.
Emma's like me. If she gets an idea in her head and you say green light, she runs with it. And then I do that all the time, Emma. So I love that. And I love seeing this. And it sounds like you have just the most talented daughters. So I love that. You get to do it all together. I'm going to let you guys share anything else that you have going on, or if you want to show any more stitching or anything. Let's see here. Sorry, there's so many comments. Would the freezer paper tip work on the wool mats? So if you were to press on a wool mat, do you know if that would affect it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've used the freezer paper on like my regular ironing board too. And so I've used it a few different times. It's very helpful.
It really, really protects it.
It does. It protects that, and it protects your iron as well. So, because nothing's worse than getting any sort of fusible adhesive onto your iron or onto other things that you don't want to get it onto. So, by the way, if you guys are not reading, I'm not you guys, but the people in the chat, the comments, I told you Eric's so much fun. They're planning a road trip to come see you, by the way. Eric's apparently going with Jenny and Linda. They're having their own chat in the chat, which I love. Eric, you guys were talking about the word boo. And so he put boo with a ghost in the chat, and Jenny was like, "Oh, you scared me." I mean, they're just having so much fun. I love that you guys are having fun in the chat, and I wanted you guys to know that they're already planning a road trip to come see you. So.
That's great. Just let us know when you're coming.
Yeah. I'm going to turn it over to you guys, and then in a few minutes we'll come back because you've got 6 fat quarter bundles to give away.
We do.
All right.
I want everybody to know that in your pattern for the bag, you have complete instructions on how to put the whole bag together. I didn't prepare that we were going to put the whole entire bag together because I think that would be longer than our allotted time. I would say it probably takes about, with the applique, probably about 2 hours.
I'd say 2 hours, yeah.
To put the whole entire bag together. But it's a great fun project to do. So yeah, we are ready with our bundles to
You ready to give some away?
Yes.
Okay, so they've got 6 fat quarter bundles. Are they all different or is the same?
They are all the same.
Okay, perfect. So I've got all the winners. They're people who registered for the event, whether you registered or you were elite registered. I pulled names, 6 names from those lists, and we're just going to congratulate each of them real quick. So fat quarter bundle winner number 1 is Penny from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Congratulations, Penny. And I'll send all of y'all's information over to Kim at the end of the day so she can reach out and get your mailing address and get that sent out to you. So Penny, congratulations on winning the first bundle. The second bundle winner is Kathy Gallagher from Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin. So congratulations, Kathy.
Congratulations.
I don't know if everybody's watching right now, but we're going to keep going. The third winner is Susan from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Susan. All right, number 4. We're still going. We're halfway through. Number 4. This was so generous, Kim. Thank you. Number 4, the fat quarter bundle winner is Michelle Jagard from Amarillo, Texas. I'm the worst with names, by the way. So if I butcher your name, my apologies. I am the worst. So congrats, Michelle. All right, number 5, our 5th winner is Nancy from Wisconsin. I'm not even going to try to say the city she's from. Do you know how to say that?
Is it Kokona?
Maybe. It's better than I would have done. I'm telling you, I'm the worst. But congratulations, Nancy from Wisconsin. And our last fat quarter bundle winner from Kim at Quilters Gym is Melanie Warner from Cedar City, Utah. Congratulations to all 6 of you. Penny, Kathy, Susan, Michelle, Nancy, and Melanie. We'll email, I'll send your information over to Kim and her team, and they'll be in touch to be able to send you these beautiful fat quarter bundles so you can make this project. Yes. That's so exciting. And don't forget, if you use the code SPOOKY, over at Quilter's Gym website. You'll save 15%, so you can get the project that they were showing today. You can get that cute pumpkin quilt hanging behind them. And let's get in the holiday spirit. This makes me want to do all the spooky. This is my favorite time of year. It's my favorite time. I just love it so much.
Wonderful.
I love it. Now, by the way, if you had a question for Kim or Emma, and you didn't get your question answered today during the live stream, they're going to be joining us in the private elite members Zoom this afternoon. If you haven't signed up for that and you want to hang out with us and ask them questions and get to know them better, go sign up and join us. You'll get the email link to the Zoom as soon as you sign up, and we'll see you this afternoon. But thank you guys for hanging out with us. This was so fun.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Of course. And I'll see you this afternoon.
Sounds good.
And yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Take care. Have fun today.
Bye. All right. Oh, I'm still tiny. Where am I? There we go. Whoop. Hi. There's a lot of cameras to move around. I feel like a DJ over here. Was that not so much fun? I am ready for spooky season. If you couldn't tell, I've got my skeleton sewing machine. I turn it on, it talks, it makes all sorts of noises, but once you turn it off, it likes to keep going. It might be haunted. And then I have my little quilted witch's hat. It's a little too tall for my camera angle, but we'll rock it for a minute. You want to do a spin to win? Want to do a spin to win real quick? Let's do another one. Why not? I'm feeling a little witchy vibes. So let's do another spin to win. And our next teacher is already in the waiting room, ready to come hang out. I feel like I can't see you. That doesn't want to do that. But she's ready to come teach with you. And that is going to be Amy with A Marooney Designs. And she's going to have something fun with you. So stay tuned for that. But before we bring her to stage, let's do a spin to win. You need one of my hats? I know. Isn't it cute? Oh, you can't see it right now. How do you win? Okay, so Belinda, real quick, let's do a quick little recap. Spin to win. This is for anyone tuning in live. You have to be watching live, okay? In real time. I'm going to spin the wheel. It'll land on something. That's what I'm going to give away. And I'll ask a question. You put a number in the comment, and Eric blindly picks a winner. He puts his mouse on a name and clicks, and that's who wins. It's very simple, and then you'll have to just email us what you won so we can send it to you, which I'll talk about in a second. These are the only prizes that we do during the live stream that are open to anybody. If you want to win any of the Fat Quarter bundles or any of the other giveaways from our teachers or Caterpillar products that are like our bundles that we're giving away this week, you have to register for the event, which is free to do. And you just go to caterpillar.com, click on the Handmade Collective, put in your name and email, and you're registered, and you'll be on my list for the giveaways. So anybody can win those. You don't even have to tune in live to win those, but you have to tune in live to win Spin the Win. And I do these really randomly. So let's do our little spin to win. You ready? All right. Here we go. Here we go. What do they say? Big money, big money. I don't know. Oh, am I giving away another gift card? Oh, no, it spun again. It spun again. So we're going to give away a clamp light. Clamp light. I'm going to give away one of these lovely clamp lights that Keisha showed off earlier. This is such a great tool. If you have a clamp light, you know they're so good. So let's give away a clamp light. And my question is to you. I'm going to give you two numbers, and you have to either put either one. We'll pick a random number. Put a number 1 if you've done applique before. Put a number 2 if you've never done applique before. A number 1 if you've done applique before, and number 2 if you've never done applique before. And you can put that number in the chat as many times as you want. 1 and 2, 1 and 2. And I'm going to give you guys just like 30 seconds to put your numbers in there. 1 if you've done applique before, 2 if you've never done applique before. And I don't know about you, but if you've never done applique before, after their demonstration and how fun applique can be, it's like a collage of fabric. It's so fun. You're probably going to want to try it, okay? And they have wonderful patterns and instructions to do so. So number 1, if you've done applique before, a lot of you have. I'm so impressed with you guys. And number 2, if you've never tried it before, but you kind of want to now. All right, Eric, whenever you're ready, I'm going to let you scroll through. He's got his eyes closed. I can see him. He takes his job very seriously, which I love and appreciate. He's going to pick a winner and put it up on the screen. And I'm going to take my hat off. It's a little toasty. Here because it's quilted. All right, who's our winner, Eric? Virginia. I am not even going to try to say your last name, but congratulations, Virginia. I'm going to write your name down real quick so we don't forget, but I am going to need you to send an email to support@cutterpillar.com. Let me click on that real quick and put it on the screen for you. If you can send an email to support@cutterpillar.com with your name, your shipping address, and that you want a clamp light, then I can make sure that this gets sent off to you before the end of this week. Virginia, congratulations on winning the clamp light. You're going to love it. It's so good. And send us that email or else we won't know where to send it. We want to send it to you. You won. All right. So send us an email so we can send you your clamp light. Congratulations, Virginia. So happy you won that. That is our third spin to win so far, and we're not even halfway through our day. If you want to know who's up next, it's Amy. Amy is waiting for us down in the waiting room. Amy, are you ready to go? She's giving me the thumbs up. I'm going to bring Amy to stage. Everybody say hi to Amy.
Hey, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
Doing fantastic. Congrats, Virginia. That's so exciting.
Oh, I know. I love your orange shirt today.
Oh, thank you. I decided to match my Halloween pegboard that I did.
It's so good. It's so good. So what are you showing us today?
So we are going to do foundation paper piecing today, which I know scares a lot of people, but this is super fun. It's all straight lines. We're just straight across, straight lines.
So
super easy.
I love it.
Nobody panic. You're going to love it.
And she's going to make it really easy for you. And by the way, I'm going to put in the chat, and Eric's going to help me. We have a whole blog on every single one of our teachers. And in those blogs, it's everything they're teaching, any sort of downloads, links to their websites, links to their socials. Everything is in that blog post. We'll be putting that in the chat so you can go learn all about Amy and get any of the resources she's offered in that blog. It's all right there for you, and you can see this project up close. But I'm going to pass it over to you, Amy. And if you need anything, just holler at me, okay?
All right. Sounds great. All right, so we are going to be making a mug rug today. Now, some people are like, what's a mug rug? It's like a big coaster. And I love mug rugs because it's a really mini canvas you can practice different techniques on, and you don't have to be intimidated. They're super scrap friendly. If you have a friend that lives far away, they're really easy to mail. And they make great gifts. They're super practical. In fact, as I was getting ready for this, my daughter, who is in college, was like, Mom, can you make me one out of these Halloween fabrics that I really love? So actually one of the samples that I'll be showing in the tutorial today is going to go to my daughter. It's daughter approved. So anyway, so we're going to be doing foundation paper piecing, but I wanted to show you a couple other options for mug rugs, which are, you could do raw edge applique, which we just learned from Kim, how easy and fun that is. This is my solar system mug rug. This is a freebie that you can get. And then you can also do like quilt as you go. So this is all quilt as you go around. It's a great way to use those batting scraps that you have, fabric scraps and little strips, and it's super fun. And again, this is another free tutorial I have on my blog. So I make mug rugs all the time. They are some of my favorites, and I do have some fun patterns that are available as well in my Etsy shop that have some applique and different fun things. There's a Halloween one. There's a really cute Christmas one. So if you are looking for some fun gifts, they're great for like teacher gifts. As you know, you add a little mug, stick a little mug rug in there, their favorite tea or a gift card to Starbucks or something. There's so many great ways to use these. And so, but just so you don't think that that is the only thing you can use this pattern for, in the PDF that comes with this tutorial, there is also how to turn this into a zipper pouch. So we're not going to talk about the zipper pouch today. We are really just talking about foundation paper piecing today. But I do have a YouTube video tutorial that walks you through how to do that. So if you want to turn it into a darling, darling zipper pouch, which is such a fun size for like a pencil pouch or something, then you can totally do that too. So you notice that this one has angled stripes. This one has straight stripes. So there's two different versions, and we are going to be making fall and Halloween versions in the step outs today because I wanted to show you how fun these are. You don't have to make a rainbow. You can totally make them seasonal or whatever. This is such a great way to practice foundation paper piecing. Again, they're all just straight lines, straight across. There's not a lot, but we're going to progress from straight up and down. We're going to start with this one. Then we're going to move to the angled because there are a couple of things that you want to think about when you're doing the angles. And we're going to walk through so that you don't have to be scared of foundation paper piecing anymore. Now, there's a couple of tips that I have for you, especially if you are doing the angled version of this one. And that is your background, these big pieces on the sides. Well, and honestly, even for the stripes, it's better if you don't use directional fabric, just so you don't have to try to keep things straight. And really, if you're brand new to foundation paper piecing, solids are going to be your best friend because there's not a right or wrong way, wrong side to them. And so you can just go and have fun and work your way across the pattern. Now, if you are a little more advanced, you can totally do some fussy cutting, or you can, all kinds of things. You can go crazy with this. But if you are brand new, make it super easy on yourself and non-directional. And for your stripes, these are skinny. That's hence the name, skinny stripe. They are 1/2 inch, but you can see how crisp and straight those lines are, how even those strips are. That is the magic of foundation paper piecing. So because these stripes are so skinny, directional or not tone on tone fabrics, solids are great. And you want to make sure you can see on here the scale of all of these prints is pretty small. So if you are doing something with a larger scale, you might lose that, and you might lose some of the shape of your stripes because maybe it's a big floral. And so you've got a big white flower on here, and now all of a sudden it looks like there's a cutout on your stripe because it's right next to your white background. So kind of think that through. Tone on tone's great, small scale prints, and make sure that as you're picking out your fabrics that you are paying attention to a couple of those things. The other thing that I wanted to say, if again, you are brand new, you want to, in the pattern, it suggests cutting your strips at 1 inch wide. If you want to give yourself some buffer, make it 1 1/4 inch wide. It will just give you a little bit of extra wiggle room and that kind of thing. That way you don't have to worry about being super precise, which is really why we love foundation paper piecing, right? Okay, so we've got our fabrics picked. We're going to cut our strips here. Now we're going to start, like I said, with our straight line one. So let me switch over my camera. Now we are going to use this Caterpillar light board, which is going to really be helpful. Sorry, I forget how many ups I can get to do this. Now, we are going to be cutting through the paper, through the fabric. So it's great to use a rotary blade that is sharp, but also know that you're probably going to want to set this aside and have just one blade that is for your foundation paper piecing, because it will dull it a little bit faster because we are doing paper through this. The same goes for the needle here. And you can see how much light I have right here. It's because I have my little flex light pointing so we can see the needle and my machine better. So kind of the same thing applies with your needle. We're going to be sewing right through our paper, so your needle's going to dull a little bit faster. So just keep that in mind. If you are going to be working on your next project and it's going to be a super fancy, silk or something, swap it out for a really nice, a new needle, and maybe set this one aside and keep it just for your foundation paper piecing so that you don't have to worry about it dulling your needle super fast. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is one of the things that I think makes foundation paper piecing a little tricky for people is we are going to be sewing on the front of our paper, but we're building the actual mirror image of it on the back side of the paper. So you're going to be going back and forth. And that's the thing that kind of makes this a little bit trickier, where people get a little confused. But if you just follow along with me, and again, because this is straight across, we are going to get there nice and easy. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to fold back our paper between our first background piece. And this is called red because obviously when I designed this, it was a rainbow, but your first colored stripe. So I love the light board for this to help me kind of see through. You can see the shadow of that line there. And I'm just going to fold right there on that line. Now, one of the other things that's really nice about this, using the glow board for this, is because this is a rectangle, if you want to make sure that you've pressed or enfolded on that line well, is that these lines that come up, you can see the side lines here. When I push it down, I can make sure that it lines up with the continuing of that line. And as long as they're straight, then I know I've got that fold nice and straight. All right, now I'm going to take my first piece of fabric. This is my background fabric here. I'm going to put it wrong side up in front of me. And again, what's handy here, if you have this Caterpillar globe mat, especially with the cutting mat on top, is the grids. So I'm going to use the grids here, and I am going to line up my paper here with the line. I'm going to turn it so you can see this a little bit better. And I'm going to line it up with the dashed line. So hopefully you can see this straight line coming through my fabric here. And that is what I'm going to line up my fold right here on this paper with. Now you can see the edges again through the cutting mat here. So I want to make sure that I am centering the height of my piece on the paper pattern here that I'm going to be using as my guide. Now that I have that lined up, I'm going to unfold that fold here. I'm going to use a couple of pins to hold this fabric piece in place that I just got right where I want it. Stick a couple of pins in here. And now what I'm going to do is flip this over, and I'm going to put my first strip of colored fabric right sides together and line it up with that piece. So just that cut edge right there, because I know that that is the 1/4 inch away from the edge. Now I'm going to take this and flip it back over. So you can either pull out those pins and pin all of it together, or you can just hold it and flip it, whichever you feel the most comfortable with. Again, if you're brand new to this, pinning it is going to help, but you want to make sure that your pins are outside of your sewing. You're going to be sewing right on your line, a 1/4 inch away from this cut edge. So you want to make sure your pins are out of your way. All right. So we're going to flip this over, and I'm going to bring this to my machine. Now, a couple of things about my machine is I am going to shorten my stitch length just a little bit, because that's going to help perforate this paper a little bit more to make sure that it's really easy to rip this paper off when we're done. I am just using regular printer paper for this. If you get real into foundation paper piecing, you can get newsprint or finer paper that is a little lighter and thinner. But if this is just something you want to play with and try, I would just use your regular printer paper. That's going to be just great. The other thing you might notice is that I have chosen a foot that has a nice open toe here, because I'm going to be sewing directly on my printed lines. I want to make sure that I can see that line really well. The final thing is you want to make sure you are not extending your stitching outside of the shape that we are sewing. Now, in this particular pattern, it's not nearly as critical, but there are patterns that are a little bit more complicated that you're going to have to fold back pieces, and you want to make sure that your stitching does not interfere with your ability to get the next shape on there. So we are going to start right at the edge here. The other thing that I'm going to do is make sure to back stitch at the beginning and ending of every row of stitching that I do. So we're going to get started right here. I am just going to do a couple of back stitches. And again, I'm back stitching at the ending of my stitching. All right, then I'm just going to trim that. Now, if you have the ultra light board, then you could have, like they were demonstrating earlier, you could have your tempered glass on one side of it and your cutting mat on the other side of it. Because now what you're going to want to do, we're going to pull out our pins, and then we're going to press this piece of fabric over. Now, some people will just finger press it, but I do really like to hit it with an iron to get a really nice crisp line on there. So I am going to move it out of shot and hit it with my iron real quick here, just to get it nice and flat. Okay, so I got that pressed.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I had myself muted because I'm eating the snack while I'm watching this show.
Yay!
So I can eat some food today. So apologies for my snacks on the camera shot. Someone wants to know what your stitch length is, which I only interrupted you because I know this is so important with foundation paper piecing.
So I just drop it once. So my machine normally stitches at a 2.5, and every machine really has a different. I'll switch this around so I can talk to you. Every machine kind of has their different standard stitch. So I just drop it 1. You could drop it 2. So mine's at 2.5 normally. So I drop it down to a 2. You could drop it down to a 1.5, and that's really going to perforate it, but it also takes forever to stitch. And so I like the nice happy medium of just a little bit shorter, but not, not super tiny, because I don't want it to take forever.
And I think it's great to bring up that the purpose of lowering the stitch length, even just a little bit, is to perforate the paper so that it will tear easier, because you want the paper to remove easily without removing or loosening your stitches. So you still get those nice crisp seams. So I usually do around 1.5. I know people do 2. Some machines allow you to kind of do something in between. It's totally personal preference, but you do want to lower it a little bit just to help perforate the paper to be able to remove it easier and not damage your stitches. So I just wanted to address that real quick since it's so important to the technique of foundation paper piecing. And then I'll let you go back to it. Okay,
great.
Thanks.
You bet. All right, so I'm going to switch this back over here. So we have our pieces sewn. Now we're going to flip it back over. Again, this is where we said we're going to be coming back and forth. And now we're going to fold on the next line over. So I have my background, my red. I'm going to hit a background again. So I am going to fold over on that line between those 2 pieces. And again, it's really helpful to use the lines from the grid here to make sure that I've got that fold nice and even. Another thing that you can do is just flip it back over, and I'm just going to kind of check that crease and make sure it's right on that printed line, just so that I have a really accurate fold. Now what I'm going to do, and this is where I love this cutting mat on my light board, I am going to just trim this down and make sure that I've got a nice accurate 1/4 inch seam on my fabric piece here. Now you'll notice that I was a little wonky up here. It's because it's not sewn down, and I don't really care about it because I'm cutting it off anyway. So one thing that I should have started with is that I am a pretty good quilter. I am not a perfect quilter. So I want to make sure that I'm having fun when I'm sewing and quilting and not so panicked. I like it to be really good and really pretty and to have nice even seams, but I also like to just enjoy what I'm doing and not be so, I'm not unpicking seams a lot, you'll find from me. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're taking our next strip, which is going to be a background fabric strip. We're lining up our one edge with that edge we just trimmed, so we know we have an exact 1/4 inch seam allowance we're going to end up with. I'm just laying it flat again, making sure that it's centered, or that at very least that it covers both ends of the pattern piece that I'm trying to cover. So basically, foundation paper piecing is coloring with fabric. It's paint by number with fabric. And so we're just making sure that we're filling the whole piece with the fabric that we're choosing. Again, I find it easy to just stick a little pin in here, but you'll notice, again, I'm trying to stay away from the edge here so that it doesn't interfere with me trying to sew this piece down. And then I am going to, again, flip this over, take it to my machine, backstitch at the beginning, backstitch at the end. So we're going to keep doing that until we are all the way across here and have the whole thing filled out. But there are a couple of things that I wanted to point out if we're doing the angled version of this, or if you're doing the angled version of really anything here. So this is going to be my background fabric, and I am going to, again, start by creating a fold here on this line between my background one and my first colored strip. So Kitty said that she folds before she starts stitching, and that is totally a great way to do it. You could just fold the whole paper ahead of time, so all of those creases are already in place, and then just go. That's a brilliant suggestion. Since you're already in the folding mode. Another thing that might be helpful if you struggle with getting that fold accurate is you can take a Hera marker. So this is one that I have. And a Hera marker is just a piece of wood or plastic that has a really fine point on it. And then you can take your ruler here, and you can come and line up your ruler on those lines and run your Hera marker on that first. And that's going to give you a little bit of a crease to start. And then it just give you a, somewhere to aim for as you're making that crease. So that's another way to do it. If you are going the Hera marker route, you can even put it on your wool mat and then mark it so that you have a little bit of give underneath the paper to make that crease a little bit easier to see, and then go back and really fold that up and mark it really well. Because the other part of creasing here is it's also going to weaken the paper right where you're going to be stitching. So that also helps to pull away the paper at the end. So giving it a really nice crease, even sometimes I will take like just my fingernail and run it over. You could use your Hera marker to really, give that crease a good rub so that it's nice and crisp. Or you can use a bone folder, which is usually for a scrapbooking tool and stuff, but just anything to really get a nice solid crease on there is going to help you when you go to pull out your papers at the end. Okay, so now we have our first piece down. And this is the part that if you're doing angled seams, you kind of need to pay a little bit more attention to. All right, so we are going to fold back on our first line here that we are going to be cutting. Again, I'm going to line up my fabric here. And again, I'm going to use this one's going to be a little harder to see through because it's dark fabric. Make sure that's up all the way. And then I'm going to, again, line up that fold right with my grid lines here to make sure I've got that 1/4 of an inch nice and even right there. But now what I need to do is I need to flip this back over and make sure that my whole piece that I am covering is covered in fabric. Because you have an angle here, then this piece is easier to place. Your next piece, you're going to sew it down and fold it over. And so you want to make sure that you're going to cover this bottom tip here and this top piece up here with all of your fabric. So this first one, I have folded it back over. I've made sure my entire piece is covered with background fabric. I'm going to just stick a couple of pins in here to hold it so that it doesn't get in my way. Now, one other really quick tip that you can use right now is if you, because on this one in particular with this angle, now you're going to have this flappy piece of fabric at the end, and it can fold back over. You don't want it to accidentally get caught up in your strips. So one thing you can do is take this to your machine, and now that you have it in place where you want it, run a long basting stitch along this edge of your pattern piece to hold that fabric into place. Now, in this case, you could even run your stitch just on the outside of it, just to hold it to your paper so that this piece of fabric isn't flapping around and you don't have to risk it getting in your way. On these skinnier stripes, it's not nearly as important because they're going to stay where they are and you're going to keep holding them into place. But when you have an end piece or something that's big and kind of loose as you're going, this is a great tip to just run a basting stitch along the edge of that pattern piece. And that's something I learned from Verushka from Pride and Joy Quilting. If you've ever seen her quilt and stuff, she is a master at foundation paper piecing. And I thought that was just a genius tip there to hold that out of the way. All right, so we have this in place. Now, again, we talked about the angles here. We want to make sure that we're going to cover this piece. So I'm going to take my fabric here and I'm going to put it right sides together And you want to make sure that you are centering your fabric piece. Let me turn this light back on. My elbow or my arm keeps hitting it and turning it off. All right, you want to make sure that it is extending beyond the edges on both sides. And especially on this side, you're going to be sewing it 1/4 of an inch away. And you want to make sure you have enough fabric to cover the tip as you flip it. Now, this, because our strips, they should be long enough to just go ahead and center it. But sometimes your temptation is like, oh, I'm trying to just really wiggle my way in. So I'm going to line this up with this point up here where it intersects. But if you do that, let me show you what happens. We're going to sew on our 1/4 inch line right here. We're going to pretend that that's stitched. Then when you go to fold that over, can you see how the tip of your angle is missing fabric? So when you're doing angled seams, you want to make sure that you are giving yourself enough room to cover all the way across that whole angle. So just make sure, and we, you know, in the pattern, again, like I said, the pieces are long enough that you should have plenty of room. If you're brand new and that's something that you think you might struggle with, give yourself more room and make your strips extra long like I have here. And then again, we're just sewing, pressing, cutting, and working our way across until we end up with a piece that is going to look like this one. So here we are in our fall colors. You could use a little bit of fabric glue to keep that flap of fabric in place, but only if you do it outside of your pattern piece. So let me show you on here. I have this basting stitch to hold that into place. You could use a little bit of glue right here, but I wouldn't glue it onto the paper here because you want to get rid of the paper at the end. So I wouldn't glue inside the pattern piece, but if you wanted to just tack it down on the outside of it, you totally could do that. All right, so I just wanted to show you, again, we're doing another angled seam here. And I just wanted to kind of just reiterate that because this one is a lot easier to see once you are doing a bigger angle and a bigger piece. So again, I'm going to fold that. I'm trimming it down to my 1/4 inch here. Get that out of the way. And then I'm going to flip this over. And then I'm going to put my piece right side down. And again, your temptation might be to line it up here or, you know, and then you'll end up finding that you've missed a piece, or you're lining it up down here and you're like, oh, that should be good. I'm lining it up with the edge of the strip. It should be fine. And then you go to fold that over and you're missing that whole big corner of your background piece here. So if you are at all worried, if it's a big piece, especially like this, I do recommend just auditioning it. You know, you can either just do what I just did with a little kind of fudgy fold, or you can use a couple of pins that 1/4 of an inch seam in and flip it over and test it. Make sure that you are covering your whole piece. Now, again, if the pattern pieces that I have and the fabric pieces that I suggested, if you just center it on the pattern here, you will have plenty of space and it will cover that whole piece. So just don't worry about the strip before, just center it on your pattern lines that you can see. And this is, again, where this light board is super helpful to make sure that you get that in place and then sew that line, flip it over, and then it's done. All right, so once you have your pattern all the way covered across, then it's going to look something like this. So here is my fall up and down stripe version. To finish this off, you're just going to take it and use your ruler and your rotary cutter, and we're just going to trim it right on those on this outer edge of the pattern piece. And again, because this is the entire mug rug front, you don't have to worry about seam allowances and things like that. But if you are using somebody else's foundation paper piece pattern, you want to check to find out, do I need to include the 1/4 inch seam allowance, or is it already involved in the pattern? So on this one, on mine, you're going to just trim it right on your traced lines all the way around. And then it is going to look like this one, which is my fun Halloween stripe version. This is the one that's going to my daughter. That is college daughter approved. All right, so now we have it all trimmed. I still have my paper in here. So now we're going to do the fun part, which is tearing this out. So again, I will bring this over, run my finger over those stitches, and then to pull this out, I don't want to pull up because I don't want to put tension or pressure on my stitches. I'm going to pull away, and I like to keep my finger right at that seam. So I'm helping to kind of support those stitches, and it should be perforated enough that it's just going to slide right out. So I've got my first piece out, and now I'm just going to lift this up, and I'm going to gently kind of pull that seam away from the paper here and lift that one up. And then I'm going to, again, I like to just run my fingernail over it, make it nice and soft, and then pull. Again, I'm pulling at an angle down and kind of away from that seam. Sorry, I'm trying to do this where you can see around my hands, and not straight up where I'm going to be putting tension on those stitches. So you're just going to peel away all of the background. Let me flip this around now. And then you're going to take it and make your quilt sandwich and quilt it however you want. So this one is super easy, just straight lines. I find is really fun. But if, mug rugs, like I said, are a great canvas to practice things. If you want to practice free motion quilting or anything like that, you can just go to town with it and do whatever you want. I do not have, we're not going to talk about binding or quilting here today, but I do have a video series on my YouTube channel of how I like to do binding on small projects like this, totally by machine. I sew it onto the front, bring it around to the back, and then I stitch in the ditch on the front and catch the seam allowance on the back. So, like I said, I have a whole playlist of that on my YouTube channel where you can get that. I don't have kits for these mug rugs. If you hit me up on Instagram, I actually do have some of this fabric. Might be able to throw a kit or two together. But I don't do a ton of kits. Mostly I'm doing patterns. So, but it's really fun and really easy. This fabric is called Home Sweet Haunt by Stacy. I don't know how to say her last name, but it's HSU. It's a Moda line. It's brand new this year, so it should still be available pretty much everywhere. I would recommend, like, if you have a 10-inch like layer cake or something, you're just going to need a little bit longer strips. A roly-poly is great for this, or if you want to make some other patterns like my cute little batty pumpkin table topper. You can make other projects out of the fabric as well. And these are great because they just really need scraps. They don't need a ton of big pieces of fabric. So I do really like that you can cut on the slide board. It's one of my favorite things about this. And like I said, if you have the Ultra one and you have enough space, which I don't have quite enough space for it, but if you did, you could have your pressing and your cutting all on the light board. You can see everything you're doing, which is ideal, right? You're still muted, Bethany.
It's because I didn't want you guys to hear me chewing in the background, okay? And I forget. No, but you're so right. Like the Ultra is like the ultimate setup of like you can have pressing on one side, cutting on the other, but it is big. And that's why I like that we have our light boards in so many different sizes. It's so fun. This has been so fun. And I want to take a minute to share with everyone. And we've dropped links in the chat to her blog post that has the download for what she shared today, as well as she's sharing a discount over on her website. And the discount code is Handmade20 for 20% off. And that is good from today through the 28th. So you can use that. What can they use that on, Amy?
So I have a bunch of patterns. You can see, it's weird to be backwards. So this table topper pattern is one of mine, but also these little fabric houses up here, that is a pattern of mine. This spooky banner is another one, and this little ghost garland. So I do a lot of, I do the whole range. So I like patterns that can be done without a ton of time or a ton of money. And so I focus a lot on table toppers, mini quilts, pillows are some of my favorites. And so I have lots of patterns, and I love all the seasons and all the holidays and making every day fun. I kind of feel like it's, if I was going to be an elementary school teacher, you know what I mean? How you change up every month and you have your theme. That is my sewing life. It's every month is a different theme, and we do all the holidays, and it makes it really fun. So all of those sewing patterns you will find in there. Now for the spooky banner that you can see up here, I have a whole alphabet. So there's a 3-inch lowercase alphabet pattern. It does include the pattern for the flags themselves. And then I have shown how to use those to make little mini pillows and all of that stuff. So if you like that banner, just get the alphabet pattern, because you'll have all the letters and all the things. And I do have some kits for the spooky banner and the ghostly garland.
Those little houses, I feel like I need to see those up close. Like, are they, do you mind?
Not at all.
Because, oh my goodness, y'all.
So there's actually 3 sizes. This is the medium and the small. And there's one that's a little bit bigger. Here, let me turn my camera just a tad.
Okay. I'm going to make you the main camera so everybody doesn't have to see my jaw on the floor.
Rainbow up above. So those are, I just did all of them in all the rainbow colors. So let me.
They're stunning. Hold on. So I'm going to make you the bigger camera. There we go. They're absolutely stunning.
Yeah. So they're super fun. And
why
they have
a
little cardboard in the bottom with a little rice bean bag so that they're stable and they'll stand up. And then they're just all a little bit of applique, and they're actually not nearly as complicated as they look, but they are super fun. So
it's so fun to see fabric take shape in another form than just flat, or you know what I mean? Like it's just, it's so stinking cute.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's really fun. And I actually also have, I don't have them in here with me, but there is I have a mini pumpkin. It's a little 3D pumpkin. They sit so cute.
Oh my goodness.
Let me get some water because I'm joking.
No, take your time. I know it's a lot of talking.
I have this right here.
Eric, can you drop a link to her blog in the chat real quick so everybody can go find her website and have the code and everything, go follow her. She posts the prettiest stuff. But what is this?
You're so nice.
No, it's true. I've been following you for a long time, Amy. Like I'm fangirling over here. I love what you do. But what is this little eek?
So this was just to show you, this is my alphabet pattern. So again, the spooky banner, but this is, you can just take them, and this is just on some felt. And then I'm just going to sew a piece of fabric to the back and turn it into a little mini pillow. So it's really a fun, versatile pattern. And if you like these patterns and things like that, I also have a membership where I go through and teach all of the skills. So we do, every month we do a different technique, from hand stitching to applique to traditional piecing to, you know, all of the things. And so when you're over at my website and stuff, check it out. And it's a lot of fun to have that inspiration every month. So
I love that. I love that. It's so important that we continue to like learn and hone in skills and practice new things, because it keeps it fun. It keeps it engaging and keeps us inspired to want to keep playing and being creative. And I think it's so important to be creative. Like there's so many other things going on that the little creativity is like our little escape to just fill our cup again, right? And just scratch that little creative itch. I have absolutely loved this. This has been wonderful. I will say this might be one of the most detailed foundation paper piece tutorials we have had in our event. So thank you for going through every single, like it was so detailed. I feel like they're all going to be able to take that and like attempt and tackle foundation paper piecing. Once you do
and because it's a mug rug, you'll be done lickety split, right?
Yeah.
So it's small enough that you won't get frustrated and just chuck it. Is my hope, right?
So true.
It's by the time you're like, this is really annoying, you're done.
Yeah. Well, it's a fast project, which I also really love the fast projects, because I don't have a ton of time to get to sit and sew. So when I can like sit and knock something out in an hour or two or less, I love it. Is that code for your Etsy shop or website? That's a question.
It's my Etsy shop. So So it's in,
Yeah.
all of my patterns will be in the Etsy shop. That's the only place I sell right now. So
Good question. Good question.
Yes.
But no, I this is also a great scrap buster because I've gotten like fat quarter bundles and I've used some of the like pieces for a bigger project, but then I just have like a couple of pieces left. I'm like, what do I do with these? I still like the fabric. This is a
Yeah.
great way to use it, or make those little houses. They're so cute. I
Yes.
love those.
They are.
Love it. I mean, I
are
just
a
think
lot.
about like the little colorful ones would be so cute, like in a little kid's room to be able to play with because they're nice and safe for them to play with.
Yep.
Instead of like hard blocks and stuff that they would throw at each other. Anyways,
Yes. 100%.
this was so fun. Okay, now by the way, if you guys still have questions for Amy, she's going to be joining us in the Zoom later for our Elite members. So if you haven't signed up for Elite, you still can. There's still time. You can just go sign up. You'll get the Zoom link for this afternoon. She'll be hanging out with us, as well as Kim, who was on earlier, and our next teacher that's coming up in just a little bit as well. So you're going to get to talk to all three of them. I'll be there hanging out too. We'll be doing some more giveaways. But if you want to ask Amy any other questions, she's going to be over there this afternoon with us, and we cannot wait for that. So go sign up for Elite. And Amy, this was so fun. Thank you again for spending your afternoon with me.
If you get your mug rugs done, I want to see. So tag me on Instagram. I would love to see you guys tackle foundation paper piecing. It's not scary. It's super fun. And, you know, I mean, how else do you get gorgeous lines just like this, right?
I know.
That's why we love foundation paper piecing.
It's so nice. I will say there's been patterns I've done that are like traditionally pieced. And I'm like, well, I did okay, but my points would have been better if this had been foundation paper piecing. It just makes it so easy. It's like sewing by number, and it's so fun. And I'm so grateful that you took some time to share with it. And as teachers, we love it when you show us your finished project. Absolutely. That we've taught you. So I know what Amy means when she says, tag me in your finished project or send it to me in a message. I want to see. Yes. Or you can post it over in our Caterpillar Creations Hub Facebook group, and I'll make sure Amy sees them too, because it's just a great place to share all the things that you're working on. We love that. So if you haven't joined our Facebook group, go over there and do that. It's a private group. Every time we do sew-alongs or anything, I posted, I'm doing a little ghosty quilt, and I made like 16 little ghosts. And I post a little video of all my ghosts in there. So like we all share projects that we're working on in there. And it's just a really fun, inspirational little group. So if anybody posts a picture of what Amy taught today or any of our teachers, I'll make sure that they see it. But thank you again, Amy. This has been wonderful. We really appreciate you spending some time with us. And we'll see you later this afternoon in the Zoom.
All right. Sounds great. See you then.
Thank you. All right. Oh, I'm tiny again. There we go. All right, this has been so fun, but we are not done. Not even close. We still have another teacher to go. I am going to show you 2 new bundles real quick. They're the same, but different. And that will make sense in a second. And then I have an announcement and another brand that's sharing a little video and giveaway. And then we're going to do a big giveaway at the end of the day. So we still have quite a bit to go in a short amount of time. So I'm going to jump right into our next spiel, our next bit, and that is our precision cutting bundle. Eric is going to drop a link to both of these. There's 2. These are exclusive to this event. We've never done this precision cutting bundle before, but I'm going to show them to you because they're wonderful. All right. Well, that's the wrong camera. And there we go. Okay. This is our precision cutting bundle, and there's 2. Okay. This is the first one. This is the second one. Okay. So they're the same bundle, but you just pick a different cutting mat. So I'm going to take a step back. And by the way, I'm pretty sure, let me just double check real quick. Okay. The only thing that I'm not showing in these bundles is instead of 2 mini clamps, you actually get 4, but I only have 2. So you will actually end up with more mini clamps than I have. So that's hilarious. So what this is it's the precision cutting bundle. There's one with our flip and fold 48, 4 of these mini clamps, and the clamp light. You are going to be clamped out. Or you could choose the precision cutting bundle 36, and that includes our flip and fold 36, or a little mini one, with 4 of our mini clamps and the big clamp. So I just wanted to show you that we have these 2 new bundles. They are exclusive to this event. Both bundles are currently marked down more than they normally would be. And you can use your code handmade10 to get 10% off. But if you registered for the event, you'll have a 15% off code in your email. Or if you joined our elite membership for the event, you will have a 20% off coupon code that you can use on top of the discounted bundles. But let me show you why I love these bundles. And I'm actually going to work, since Keisha showed you the big flip and fold 48 earlier, I'm going to set it aside. It's the same as the mini, but this one's just a little easier to show on camera. So like I said, you're going to have your 4, you're going to end up with 4 of these, not just 2. I only have 2. I clearly need to get more. Okay, so I'm going to set those aside over here. You're also going to have your clamp light. We've talked about that. And this is your mini flip and fold. So this is the 36 because it gets to the size of 24 by 36. This is the first size. It's like 8.5 by 11. So if you were just doing like what Amy was showing with the foundation paper piecing and you just wanted to use this, you could use this and have just a small piece or small cutting area. Or, and this is how you open it, by the way, you're going to have it facing you. So one side is going to have 1 puzzle piece and the other side is going to have 2 puzzle pieces. And you're going to open it like a book, just like that. Okay. Eric, do you mind taking that code off the screen so they can see better? Thank you. All right. So now we've got our second cutting mat. This one is 17 by 11 or 11 by 17. It's like that big piece of paper. It does keep going a little further than that, but that is your measurement area. Now, one thing I always like to point out on both of our cutting mats, the flip and fold 36 or the flip and fold 48, and I'm going to hold this up close. You always have these angles, these that you can use. This is what Kim was talking about earlier. She was cutting using the 15% or 15-degree angle. So we have all of these angles, which is really helpful. The other thing that there's 2 things I absolutely love about our cutting mats, and I've used so many over the years. I'm sure you guys have too. But do you notice that along this bottom line, our numbers are not inside. The big numbers are not inside the line that you would get covered up with the fabric. They're on the outside. So when you put your fabric along this edge and you line it up to square it up or cut your pieces, you're not covering up your numbers. You know where to cut. You're not having to lift up the fabric to look. I love that. The other thing I really, really love, and this may be hard to see, I'm going to try to get a little closer. All of the quarter measurements, 1/8, quarter, 3/8, half, all of those measurements are there for you. So you don't have to go, okay, 1, 2, 3, how many lines is that? It's all there for you. I mean, those late night sewings, I'm not going to remember which one's which. My eyes are crossing at that point, but I still need to cut up my fabric. So all of those numbers are there for you. And that is the case no matter how big or how small you open this up. So again, we're going to fold this open. Now we've got 11 by 17. And by the way, both of these mats open the same way. So there's no difference there. The other, now you're going to flip it over. Oh, this is the back of it. It walks you through how to open it, but there's also a QR code if you want to watch a video on how to do it. Now we're going to open it again. Now, I think someone said earlier, oh my goodness, the really long, narrow one, this is it for the flip and fold 36. And then it does the same for the 48. I can't even get it all in my camera shot here. But this is perfect for like cutting strips or squaring up your quilt. Now this right here, this is that puzzle piece that we use, and you just want to lock that in place. And this is a new mat, and it is tight. And as soon as it's locked in place, it is smooth. You're not going to get a miscut going this way. And the other thing, I'm going to kind of emphasize this. I'm going to intentionally kind of separate it so you can see. Let's do it this way. This is the line for if you were to line it up with the 18-inch line. But do you see our gap is off of that line? So you don't ever have to, as long as you're lining up your fabric and you're going to cut this way, you won't cut in that line. Our measurements or folds are just off. I mean, everything was thought about when we made these. So once you get to this size, you're just going to flip it open and make sure your puzzle pieces are done again. All right. So now I've got it even bigger. This is 24 by 36. You can't even see this whole mat on my table. It's even this mini one is a good size. I'm going to just push in my puzzle pieces real quick and just hold it up. You can see like it's big. Okay, it's big. But I have no gaps because I have my puzzle pieces locked in place. And this is a brand new board. So it is. There we go. So nice and smooth, easily to cut on. It won't distort the fabric when cutting. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It is such a good cutting mat. These are the only mats I use. I love them so much. I take this one to sewing club with me every month. I also take the big one. So I take this one and I'll set it up next to me and in like a smaller size. I take the big one and I open it up all the way and put it on a table. And then more than one person can cut on that big one at the same time because it's so big. All right, so I've got the big size. Now, this is the size that everybody forgets with these cutting mats. So we've done 4 sizes, but I told you it's 5 and 1. And these are both the same. The next one, I like to grab it in the middle, fold it in half, and that's our next size right there. Fold it in half, that's our next size. So I'm going to flip it over because I can't do math. This one is 18 by 24. That's a good size mat. So folding it in half. When I use the flip and fold 48, a lot of times in this space, I'll open it all the way up and fold it in half. It's so easy. The other thing is people are like, am I going to be able to fold this? Is it hard to fold? It's not. It really isn't because it can only fold certain directions. So if it's giving you any sort of resistance, go the other way. Okay. There's also like a video on it and everything, but it's so easy to do. And it just folds right up. Like an accordion. There you go. It's a little hard to do when I'm sitting down with all these tables, but yeah, it's super, super great mat. The self-healing, it's a different type of material than traditional mats. So I've left this in the car and it's not warped. It's perfect. Over time, will the fold ever break apart? It shouldn't. It should not. I've never had that issue. I've had my mats for a long time. Where's my other one? I always like to do a side-by-side comparison of the two. 36 and 48 doesn't sound like a big jump, but it is, okay? And there's a purpose for both. So if you're wondering which one to get both. Truly, I reach for both for different reasons. And I find that a lot of our customers, and some of you can let us know in the chat, you'll get one and then you'll end up grabbing the other one later. So if you're on the fence about one or the other, grab one or grab both. It's up to you. The precision cutting bundles. So you can choose. The bundles are a flip and fold 48 or a flip and fold 36. So you can pick either one. And then you have the clamp light, which we've shown a couple of times, but this is a light that clamps onto a ruler, which I did go grab my rulers. I didn't have them earlier. I wasn't thinking this morning. So I've got a little square ruler here and I can just, this is strong, by the way. I have clamped this to our tempered glass mat and picked up the tempered glass mat. I wouldn't recommend it, but I've done it. It's that strong of a grip. But it's very lightweight and it's got a light on it. So when I put it down and I go to cut, I've got a nice light. It's got a couple settings, rechargeable. This is included in this bundle, whether you choose the smaller mat or the bigger mat. Okay. Love the clamp light. It's a bigger base. So it's great for those bigger rulers. Then we've got not 2, but you'll actually get 4. So pretend I'm holding 4. I only have 2. You're going to get more than I have in these bundles. And these are great. Grab my other rulers down here. Woo, here we go. These are great for the skinny rulers and the long ruler. So you can put one here, you can put one here, and now you're holding your ruler here to cut, and then you can shift your hand to this one and keep cutting. And that way you don't have to worry about your ruler shifting. These just open up like this. You stick it down. It's a tight grip, and it clamps on. And you could do more than one if you want. For the really big rulers, I like to do at least 2 on this one. Obviously I have 2, but sometimes I'll throw in my other one as well. So you cannot go wrong with our clamps. The other thing is it's a safety thing. If you've ever cut yourself with a rotary cutter, you know how dangerous they are. You know how easy it is for them to just jump right over a ruler and get you. I've done it before. It takes your breath away. And it hurts so bad, and I don't want you to get hurt. So if you are prone to that or have had that happen before, you know it's scary. But I want you to have a good grip on your ruler. So that's where our clamps come into play, and it elevates your hand for safety. Especially if you have younger kids that are wanting to learn to sew, they're going to have to learn how to use a rotary cutter at some point. And having these kind of tools are going to help them keep their hands safety and have better practices going forward. The other thing I love, and I'm going to show this one real quick, is with the clamp light. And I kind of talked about this earlier. I'm a righty. I write with my right hand. My fiance is a lefty. He's a left-handed person. I live in one of those houses where everything feels backwards sometimes, and I get it. And I feel like our left-handed crafters and sewists and quilters sometimes feel left out, that there's not tools that are accommodating to them being left-handed. This is one of those tools that is reversible. So it can go either way. Comfortably, it's the same, okay? So you can put it on when you're using this. Your arm and your hand are nice and level. So you're not doing that whole like bend your wrist, putting pressure down, trying to hold and hope that your rotary cutter is not going to jump over and nick your finger. First of all, our hand is elevated, so we're out of the danger zone here. Also, we're protecting our wrists. We do a lot with our hands. We have to protect ourselves. I recently hurt my wrist a couple weeks ago, and I was like crying through trying to finish one of my quilt blocks because I had to get it done, but it hurt so bad. So don't be like me. I'd done a lot of cutting. I didn't take the 2 seconds to come in here and grab my clamp light because I wasn't thinking. Get your clamp light, stick it to your ruler so you don't forget, but keep yourself safe. So having that elevated, having your wrist nice and straight, and you don't have to push down so hard. You have more control because now you're using your whole upper body and your arm to have that force to keep your everything nice and still so you can cut. Normally, we're just pushing down, we're leaning into it, we're putting that pressure on our wrist, and it's just hard on us, okay? So we want to do all the crafting, all the sewing, all the cutting of these quilt pieces. The clamp light is a game changer. In my room, I don't always need the light on because it's very bright in here, as you can see. But even just for the ergonomics of keeping my hands safe and my wrist safe is really important. I take this one to sewing club all the time because our sewing club meetup room is kind of dark. And then our cutting area always ends up over in a corner and it's really dark. And so everybody grabs my clamp light and we'll use it with any of the rulers that I take so that they can see and be safe because I don't want them to get hurt at sewing club either. So real quick, before I bring in our next teacher, these 2 bundles include either a flip and fold 36 or a flip and fold 48. So either the big one or the small one, you get to choose. There's 2 separate bundles, but those bundles also include, my clamp light stuck to my table, also include a clamp light and not 2, but 4 of these clamps. This one's still stuck to my ruler. So you can get 4 of these clamps. So you get a really good deal with this precision cutting bundle. And then you get to choose which size mat you want. So you really are set up to do all the cutting and be super safe and have all the fun, okay? And start that next quilt project, get all your pieces ready. All right. I believe Eric put links to both of the bundles in the chat. If you're interested, these are exclusive to the Handmade Collective event. They're only here for a limited time, so go grab them. They are discounted, but you can use your discount code that you have to get extra discount on top of that. And by the way, if I didn't mention this earlier, all orders over $98 ship for free. So go ahead and add to cart, get that going. And I am about ready to hand this show over to our next teacher. Are you guys ready? Let me pull up something real quick, just so I know where we're at. I am 2 minutes ahead. I'm 2 minutes ahead. If Jen doesn't mind waiting 2 minutes, not even, I think we should do a quick spin to win. Jen hasn't seen one of our spin to wins yet. She just joined a minute ago. So we're going to do a little spin the win. I'm going to move these out of the way. If you guys want me to, you got to let me know in the chat because I'm not going to do it if you don't want me to. Do you want me to spin? Do you want to win? All right. I think this requires the hat again, don't you think? I'm just going to wear this every time we do spin to win. Get in the mood. I'm just going to do it right here on this camera. Ready? What are we winning this time? Did it stop on a gift card again? We're doing another $25 gift card. All right, $25 gift card. And, ooh, what should my question be this time? Put the number 13 if you like spooky season. Put the number 13 in the chat if you like spooky season. I know it's a silly question, but I'm wearing the witch's hat and that's all I could think about. Put the number 13 in the chat if you like spooky season. I don't know, but like after Kim's session this morning with the applique and the pumpkins and the ghosts, and then I saw all of Amy's adorable spooky banner and like the little spooky houses. I just want to make all the things right now. and I have to sit here. It's all good though. I'm getting inspiration just like you all. But the number 13, if you like spooky season, and Eric's going to close his eyes and he's going to scroll up and down and stop his mouse on a name, and he's going to pick a winner for a $25 Caterpillar gift card. And who is going to be our winner, Eric? He's going like this. I can see him down there. He's going like this. Heather Greenway. Congratulations, Heather Greenway, on winning a $25 Caterpillar gift card. So congrats to Heather. Heather, you've got to send us an email to get it though. So if you could send an email, let me find it up here, to support. Oh, we both clicked on it at the same time, Eric. To support@caterpillar.com. Heather Greenway, send an email to support@caterpillar.com and just say, hey, my name's Heather and I want a $25 gift card today in the live stream, and we'll get that over to you. We don't need your shipping address because we'll just email it to you. So just make sure you send us that email and we'll get it to you as soon as possible. So congratulations, Heather, on winning that gift card for our spin to win. Is there a pattern for your hat? Donna, I made this last year, and yes, there's a pattern. And I'm going to have to go find it because I don't remember whose pattern I used, but I will try to remember to either look it up later today or tell you guys tomorrow. So just, whew, this is going to be a good hair week with the hat going on and off. Let me tell you. I will try to find out the pattern name. I made that last year and I wore it to Quilt Market and it was so much fun. All right, so we have our next guest. Ooh, look at this hair. Look, somebody's got to tell me I look a mess. All right, you guys ready for our next teacher? Please let me know you're ready. I know you guys are. This has been such a fun day, but I'm so excited for this next one. So Jen Belknap with Jen Belknap Design House, she is going to show us a really fun fall banner made with felt, and it's a no-sew project. So any of my friends here that don't do a lot of sewing or not a sewist, this project is for you, and I cannot wait for you guys to see it. So I'm going to bring Jen to stage. Give me just 1 second. There she is. I don't hear you. Oh, there you go. Now I hear you.
Yay, we're all connected. Hooray.
We're all here. I'm so glad you're here, and y'all are gonna have so much fun with Jen. I'm just gonna hand it right over to her because I know she's got 2 giveaways for you guys that we'll do at the end, and we'll be dropping links in the chat to her blog that we did so that you guys can get all the information on her project that she's showing you, links to her Etsy shop, all the good things, and some of the products she's going to be showing you. We'll be dropping some links to those as well. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat for Jen. We'll try to get them over to her while she's teaching or save them for the end. But she's got her, look how cute this is. I cannot wait for you guys to learn this. I've been looking at these adorable project photos for weeks, and I just am so excited that today is here and we get to learn from you. So thank you so much for being here.
You bet. Oh, I am so excited to be with y'all today. And I'll just do a quick little intro. So my name is Jen Belknap, and I'm with Jen Belknap Design House. And I kind of stumbled upon the quilting sewing world. My husband, we used to live in New York City. My husband works a ton of hours, and I would put all my kids to bed and be like, now what? I can't watch any more Netflix. I'm going to lose my mind. And also I wanted something like done. So I am a mom to 6 kids, and yeah, nothing was ever finished. I was always doing laundry, always sewing, like, oh, not always sewing, always doing laundry, always, you know, cleaning up the messes from the toddlers. And I was like, I need something that stays done. But because I have 6 kids, I don't have a lot of extra time on my hands. And so I need things that are quick and easy. And that's what I've really worked on designing, is quick and easy designs that you can get done. So then after I'd put my babies to bed, I would start working on a really fun project. So I love no-sew projects. I mean, I love to sew, but sometimes I don't really have time, and I want something that's done quick and easy. Anybody can do it. Also, my kiddos can get involved and do it with us. So that is why I start like doing a lot of these no-sew projects. So today I'm going to show you, I'm sure you've seen some of them, but we are going to make this happy fall banner with this super fun pumpkin in the center. I absolutely love this one. Also has our cute little bows, which are everywhere. I feel like I'm seeing bows literally everywhere, and I absolutely love it. I'm here for it. So I'm going to show you how to do this. I've got a fireplace that I love to decorate for all the holidays. And so, of course, with it being fall, coming up to fall, I had to create something fun. So this is what we're working on today. And because we are using felt, it doesn't fray. I don't have to sew anything. I mean, you could always sew things, right? But because we're using felt today, then there's no sewing. So I am using Benzie felt, which is Benzie Designs. And I've got links for all of the fun things that we have on here. So let me set our banner down here for a second. And so these are like my favorite combinations is to use the Benzie felt. I've got a nice, beautiful stack that we're using today, and Thermoweb. So this is also called like heat and bond. You can see that. And between these two, you can make the fastest project ever. So let's get started. You are first going to need your pattern pieces, which is, I cheated and I cut out our little flag first. And then you'll also get all of the letters and the pumpkin pieces that we need to cut out. So those are all in the download if you sign up, and you'll be able to get the pattern. So let's switch, and we'll start by cutting out our pattern. I'm using this gorgeous Benzie felt. This one is called Lucky Penny, which I think is so adorable because it literally looks like the color of a penny, right? And so we're going to cut out a couple of these, and I'm going to show you a couple of tips and tricks as we go through this today. So first of all, I could set my flag right here, but then I'm going to be cutting on all four sides. So again, I've got to be quick and easy. And you can see I've already used it. My little pin marks are there. I go up along the side because Benzie does such an amazing job of cutting this out straight. And I'm going to go clear up on this side. And now I only have to cut two sides. Is it lazy or is it clever? I don't know, but this is how I'm all about the fast and easy, right? So I'm going to pin these down. One more, because I really don't want this shifting as I'm working today. So we're going to cut out two of these flags so that we can do, I'm going to show you how to assemble the one of the letters as well as the pumpkin one, because the pumpkin one is a little bit tricky. So let me shift this around, and we're going to cut out our first flag. Now try real hard to cut straight here so that I can do the same thing and use this straight edge to cut my next flag out, right? So cutting. And this pattern is great because once you know, I have one of these banners for just about every holiday. I think they're really fun. So these flags are like a really good pattern, and then find some letters that you love. And I mean, I made a Christmas one earlier with a collab I had with Benzie and Thermoweb. So there's my first flag cut out. I'm going to cut one more. And same thing, I want to use this straight edge. I did a decent job. We're going to pin these down for me. And again, because I've lined it up on this side, I'm not going to cut it out because, man, who has time for that? So again, let me cut out that corner. It's kind of peeling up. Hold on. There we go. All right, so same thing. I'm going to come down and cut on this straight edge right here, and then cut out our little flag part. So then I'll cut the little bottoms out. And usually I'm like filming these and I'll do them on double time. Watching cutting out in real life is a little painful, not gonna lie. All right, so here I have my 2 flags that we're going to work with today. So I'm going to set those to the side. And now we're going to work on our pumpkin and our letters. So keep in mind, if you're using my pattern or someone else's, anytime I'm working with letters, you actually want the mirror image, because if I'm using fabrics and I trace this out, it will actually end up on the wrong side of my fabric. So that's why the letters look backwards. That's exactly how they're supposed to look. So you know you did it right if your letters are backwards. So just something to keep in mind, because it doesn't matter as much with felt. I mean, this felt doesn't really have a wrong side and a right side. But if it did, like if I had sparkly felt, sometimes only the right side has sparkles on it and the wrong side doesn't. So you really want to make sure that you're cutting out on the correct side. So that's why we have the mirror image of our letters here. Okay. All right. So we are going to use move all this beautiful felt. So I'm going to pull on my caterpillar. Try and not get too many light reflections for you there. And my pattern, we're going to start with our letters first. I'm actually just going to do the letter A so that I can show you how it works. And then use my handy dandy magnets, which are a lifesaver. So I'm going to get out my thermo web, but y'all, I use so much of this, I actually get the bolt. I have a big giant bolt you can see of our heat and bond, because I just use it so darn much. So this is what I will be using today, is my bolt of heat and bond, because yeah, I just use it a lot. So let me get this ready, and we're going to trace onto the paper side. So when you're working with heat and bond, if you haven't before, there's like this sticky side and there's this smooth paper side. So both sides actually are sticky, but we do it in order. So I'm going to actually trace on the paper side. If I trace on this side with the glue, it's just not going to work for us and not do what we want it to do. So let me turn on I did have that on. There we go. So I'm going to turn this on. Let me center this great. And I'm just trying to get this A right in a good spot that I can trace it with, okay? So a magnet there, and you can just use any pen that you want. I'm just using my nice little Sharpie pen, and I am going to trace the A. So, I mean, do as good as you can, right? But you can kind of correct some of it with the cutting that I'm going to do. So, but again, when you're hand tracing letters, there's definitely room for human error, right? But also, isn't that what makes it like so unique, that you get to put your own, that was not a straight line. You get to put your own mark on this. And I think there's definitely something magic with wanting to create. So as I was finding this journey into the quilting world, I quickly found a lot of satisfaction in, number one, being creative and having something that was just for me, and as well as something that was finished. Like, it was so nice to start working on a project and be able to finish it. Whereas that laundry, y'all, it is never finished, right? Can anyone relate with that? Because yeah, your laundry just never, ever, ever is finished. But my quilt, this banner, any other project I'm working on, eventually I get to the finish point, and that was just really satisfying. And I would say my biggest regret through all of like the mommyhood and having my babies was that I didn't find this creative outlet sooner. I was craving this creative outlet, a way to express myself. I also found an amazing community of quilters online that were doing the same thing that I was. So even though sometimes being a mom can feel very isolating, I was able to connect with others who were interested in the fiber arts and doing some fun projects. All right, so now I have my A traced, and I'm going to trace all of these pumpkin pieces, okay? So I'm just doing it on the same piece of heat and bond, and I'm going to go through and trace each one of these. Now, I do not want, I don't even know if you can see this, but do you see this pumpkin piece right here? I do not want to butt it right up against that A. I've got to leave kind of a border, which is why when I design the pattern, there's lots of room to cut around each of these motifs, okay? So make sure I'm leaving room between my A and my pumpkin pieces. So let me get these magnets back on. And we're going to trace these pumpkin pieces. So this is also a really, we just finished a really fun project in our family. I have a daughter who's a senior this year, and she wanted senior jeans. Has anybody else heard of this tradition? Okay, it was new for me, but she wanted these senior jeans, and she didn't want, she of course like had her own design, how she wanted it. She's a little bit particular, but anyway, she wanted some of the kids like paint them, but she didn't want the painter look. She's like, "Hey mom, how about you sew all this on?" And I was like, I mean, they put like their school year, like the year they graduate. So it'd be like 2026 for her. They put the school name. She's also on the basketball team. So she wanted to like write something basketball, you know, like all the things are represented. And she also did a set of overalls, which was just absolutely adorable. So she did all of that and designed it. And I thought, you know, if you don't want to paint it, let's use this heat and bond. And so I helped her design her letters. She wanted her name, like, you know, all the things on this. And so she was then able, once I printed everything off, she borrowed my Caterpillar light board and she traced everything onto the heat and bond. So then once it was all traced, she could cut it out. And then I was helping her with maybe some of the detail cuts, like I'll show you today. Some of these get a titch tricky. So I helped her with a lot of that. She was able to do the majority of her jeans by herself because it really was like a no-sew project. I did stitch over a couple because they seem to be kind of loose. I'm just shifting this pattern because if you'll see in the pattern, it says to trace 2. I don't know if you can see that through, but we do need 2 of these leaves. See, and this is not perfect, but by the time we cut it all out, no one is going to know that my lines were not, you know, absolutely amazing. So just getting it done is better than perfect, but also I gotta fix some of this while I'm cutting. So I'm not super worried about that. So all that to say with the senior jeans, this is a perfect activity to do with your kiddos. So I'm done tracing my thermo web and my heat and bond. Now I do not use fabric scissors for this because I'm essentially cutting paper here, right? So now I'm going to cut each one of these out and we can start attaching these to our felt, which will be so great. Wow, that's some janky cutting there. But yeah, she had a really good experience with it. And then she also feels like she is creating something. All right, so you see how I'm kind of leaving this border around? Now I also don't want to like waste too much felt, so I'm just going to kind of do this rough trim around my letters and pumpkin pieces here. And that way I have the distance around it that I need, but I also I'm not wasting too much felt, because once it has this sticky stuff on it, you can really only use it for other projects that we have. So,
Hey, Jen, we had
Yes.
a quick question of which light board are you using? Is that the premium that's battery operated?
no, this one is the wireless.
Yeah, that's the premium.
Yes, sorry, battery. I'm thinking you just said plug-in, but yes.
No, you're fine. Yeah, someone asked which light board. So she's using the Glow Premium. And so what that means is she can charge it and then she can use it without having to have it plugged in, which is really nice. So we have a Glow Premium Original and a Glow Premium 2, which is like an updated version of our original. They're both great. We'll be talking more about our premium light boards tomorrow, but that's the one that she's using. And I just wanted, that was a question. So I wanted to see if I, because I was like, oh, I think that's it's hard for me sometimes to tell, but I'm like, I think that's the premium. So
Yes,
it's so nice.
too. And the selling point for me was no cords.
Yeah.
Y'all should see like the ugly behind my studio. There are cords like everywhere, from sewing machines and, you know, lighting that I have to bring in here so y'all can actually see what I'm doing. So cordless is 100% the way to go. And the magnets are built in.
Yes. Yes, they are. All right. I'll let you get back to it. I just wanted to answer that Donna's question or Linda's question real quick.
Battery operated. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sometimes I, not paying attention. All right. So we've just got our last little pumpkin piece here to cut out. And I'm just turning on my iron so that we're ready to go. All right, perfect. So I've got all of my pieces. So I've got the base of my pumpkin. This is kind of the centerpiece. I've got these two side pieces, my letter, and 2 leaves, because remember on the pattern it said trace 2. So these are the 2 that I traced. So I have duplicates of that. Okay. So now comes the fun part. I am going to grab my glass tempered mat. Let me turn it right side up there for y'all. Now, the reason I love this is because I can press directly on this. So I have this amazing little iron from Oliso that I take and use everywhere. And I can press this right on the tempered glass, which is like huge. This just helps me out so much when I'm working. So let me grab our felt pieces. So let's start with our pumpkin leaves. So I have this really pretty green, and I'm going to see, this is the point if I was using actual fabric. So here, let me just grab some from my stash quick. If I'm using actual fabric, I have a right side and a wrong side. So you see, this is the wrong side of the fabric. This is the right side of the fabric. So if I were doing a fabric pumpkin, which then you have to sew because it'll fray, just FYI, I would be putting this on the wrong side of the fabric. Okay. If I do it on the right side of the fabric, then this is what shows after the pumpkin, and that would just be so sad, right? Because this fabric is beautiful. So, but with felt, as I mentioned previously, you really don't have a wrong side or wrong side, right side or wrong side. So unless I had like some kind of sparkle or design or something, like some of them will have like a stripe on it, that would obviously be a right side, wrong side. This beautiful green, no right side, wrong side, so I don't need to worry about that. So let me grab my leaves here, and I'm just kind of placing these where I want them. These you can put right up next to each other. That doesn't matter. And my cute little stem. And see, my ink kind of like ran as I touched it. Not a big deal. It'll be totally, totally fine. So let me grab my Oliso iron, and I'm going to press this onto the felt. And I hold it, I don't know, maybe like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and then flip it over and you do it again from this side. And that really adheres that glue for you. So you really, really want that to happen. And don't worry, I don't know if you can tell, but it kind of changes color on the felt as I'm like heating it up. That's totally okay, totally normal. You don't need to panic like, oh my goodness, I've ruined my felt. You haven't. I mean, if I left this on here all day, yes, I would ruin my felt and then it would burn. But just pressing it for a little bit, it does kind of change the color, but you're not ruining your felt when you're just like using it. So yeah, don't worry about that. And that should be good. So I'm going to let that kind of sit. You can also use one of my favorite tools, which is a clapper, and just kind of set it on there. And that keeps the heat in there as I'm like moving on to the next one. So I'm just going to set this off to the side and let that sit with my handy dandy clapper. And we're going to do our letters next. So I kind of cut down the size of my letter just because I knew I was only going to do the A. So I'm going to put the A on here. And again, we're going to press this down. And like having this tempered glass makes it so easy to be working all in the same location and not having to go back and forth to my ironing board. Like it's pretty amazing. All right, then I'm going to flip it over, do the same thing. And you really don't want to be like, it's more pressing, which is setting the iron onto the project instead of like rubbing it back and forth, because that can make it shift, or it's just a good habit when you're crafting, quilting, doing whatever, to just not, I'm not ironing, I'm pressing. And there's definitely a difference. So now you can tell as I pull on these edges, they're not coming up because this glue has adhered to the felt. So now that piece is finished. And now let's do, and I'm going to put it under my little clapper over here. Now let's do our pumpkin. So I have 2 different shades that I'm using. So I've got, oh my stars, I just forgot which colors this were. This one is the ecru, I think. I probably am saying that wrong as well. Oh, I totally forgot what Benzie sent me. Anyway, another kind of creamy tone that's really, really pretty. So I wanted to do 2 of them because I really wanted that layered look to our pumpkin. Like if you, just going to grab this really quick. See if I can find where our pumpkin went. There he goes. So see how it, having the different colors kind of adds dimension and interest to it. So that's why we're using the ecru as the under and the top piece, and then this creamy one as the sides. So that is what we, that's why we have the two different colors for that. So let's do our ecru first. So I need my big pumpkin here. And then if you can see, I'll show you these pieces. So these 2 in the pattern are really close to each other. Those are the edge pieces. So you can kind of tell because it has this straight line. And then this one that's circular and down by the pumpkin, these are the same color and those are the same color. So, and you can kind of see these are mirror images of each other because they're both of those halves of the pumpkin. So that's why these 2 are in the one color and these 2 are in the other. So as I'm looking at my pattern pieces, this one is the circular one. That's what I need. These 2 are kind of opposites. I'm going to use that with the other one that I have, right? All right, so let's attach these now. Same process. I'm just setting these on, pressing it down, holding, letting it sit. And again, as we made these super fun senior jeans, my daughter was able to do so much of this process by herself. Like she was able to press it on. She was able to help cut out, trace, like all of these she was able to do. Now I've got kids in every age group. And I even have an 8-year-old who's super crafty, and she's able to do some of this as well. So really it's magic being able to work with ThermoWeb and Benzie, they really are just a match made in heaven. I super duper love them. All right. So I think our pumpkins are done. Then the last one that we have is just our base, or our kind of our dimension. We'll call this our dimension pumpkin. So I'm just going to put these last two pieces on. Press those. You just really want the glue to start adhering, which it already is, which is amazing. I actually want to turn this up just a little bit. I am not using steam. You really don't want to use steam when you are adhering heat and bond. There are directions on the heat and bond to help you with that, but I really, you just don't want to use steam. You don't want the paper wet. So I always use a dry iron to do that, and that usually helps. Ooh, we're leaving it all steamy on my cutting mat. All right, so now comes the fun part. We are going to start cutting out our pieces so that we can start assembling them. So what I like to do is, we'll start with this letter here. So as I am cutting it out, I kind of like to have two sets of scissors. So I like to have a big pair. And what I'm going to do now is cut on the line. So there's no way, if I'm cutting on the line, that I can get the glue to the very edge. So that's why you give yourself this little like border around everything. So then when I go to cut, I know that that glue is exactly on the edge of the A. So that's kind of why you give yourself that border. So now I'm going to cut out my letters. And then sometimes I get a smaller set of scissors just to get into like some of these smaller areas, which we definitely are going to need in making this A. Because it's really pretty, but there are kind of tricky angles. And I just try to always cut forward and not try to like make my arm be in these super weird angles. So move your A in the direction that you want to cut, but don't move your hand. Don't move your arm to get it. Move the letter. Don't move the scissors, and you'll get more precise cutting when you do that. So see, I can make that a straight line, even though I didn't draw it as a straight line. It's a little tricky to draw in a straight line, I found. But for some reason, if I hold my scissors still and move the paper, I can get straighter lines. Maybe I need to do that when I'm drawing. Don't move the pencil, but move the paper under me. I don't know. So my daughter, who's a senior, when we were making these senior jeans, it was the exact same process that we did. And she wanted her name on the on her jeans, on her senior jeans. And about halfway through cutting out all her letters, she also wanted this like adorable scripty font. And, you know, it looked super cute. But about halfway through, she was like, why is my name so long? So her name is Camilla. And she was kind of dying. She's like, I wish I had a shorter name with all these letters I have to cut out. So, I mean, this project is not terrible. There are 10 banner pieces that we're cutting out, as well as, is it 9 letters plus the pumpkin, right? Did I do that right? So it's really not terrible as far as like projects go. I mean, you could definitely make longer border pieces or banner pieces or letters or whatever. It's not like we're writing out happy birthday. That would be a lot more than just happy fall. But you could use the happy letters and create your own. See, I'm going to switch to some smaller scissors here to try to get into this little piece. since that angle is just a little bit tricky. But again, I'm moving the letters, not my scissors, because you just get weird angles when you start moving your scissors around. All right. Last cut. Well, almost last cut. I guess I forgot this little piece on the end here. And then the reason I picked the A to show y'all, I wanted to show you, okay, so now what do I do to get the A? Because if I flip this around like it's supposed to be, I don't have the A cutout that I want. So what you do is you take your scissors, kind of fold your felt in half, and I'm just going to make a quick little snip in the A. And then I can go in and cut out the interior of the A so that we have this cute opening so that everybody can see what letter it actually is. All right. This is just going to be so super cute. I found this font and just thought it was perfect, perfect for fall. I almost wanted to add, so I live in Texas with my family, and I just love the phrase happy fall, y'all, but it wouldn't fit on my, it wouldn't fit on my fireplace because that's a lot of letters. All right, let's go ahead and cut out the rest of our pumpkin pieces as well, and then we will assemble both of our banner pieces, and I can show you how to do the letters as well as how to do how to assemble the pumpkin. Now, as you can see, there was a tiny bit of steam left in my iron. See, this is why you don't want to do it with steam. I'm glad that this happened so that y'all could see it. So you see like my lines are like drifting. It'll be fine. No one will see it, whatever. But that does happen. So that's why we don't press the thermal web with steam. But apparently I had a little bit of leftover water in there. So that's fun. All right, I'm just cutting this so we can get rid of this big piece here. So yeah, happy fall, y'all. As adorable as that is, apparently I need to like design a pillow now that it would be like within manageable because doing it across my fireplace was not going to happen. Too many letters, right? Way too many letters. But like I said, with these banners, it is perfect for every holiday that you have. You can really do a banner for just about anything, and it's no-sew, and it goes super fast. We love to do it for birthdays. I definitely have more than one fall one now with this new fall one I just designed, and it makes it super fun to switch them out and to do whatever holiday you're celebrating or whatever. It's a really fun project to have. But then once you start, it's like you can't stop. So now I have loads and loads of banners and we just take turns, which makes it really fun. All right, I've got a pumpkin. This is the front of my pumpkin. See, and I'm not even speeding this up for Instagram. This really is a fast project. All right, then last we're going to cut out all of these, the leaf pieces. I'm just getting this huge piece off first, so I'm not dealing with such a big piece of felt. And then we can cut out the stem. I'm going to switch to these little ones just because they're smaller cuts.
Hey, Jen.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. We've only got about 5 minutes left. So while you're cutting that out, I'm going to go ahead and announce the giveaways that you have, if that's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure that was okay with you. So Jen was so kind to donate 2 giveaways. She has a giveaway for a $25 gift card to Benzie Designs, which is the felt that she's using. So those who have been talking in the chat about wanting to try this, there's a giveaway for that. And then the second giveaway is a $25 gift card to ThermoWeb to get the heat and bond and all those supplies that you need to make this project as well, which is really generous. So thank you, Jen, for donating those giveaways. So I'm going to announce the giveaway winner. By the way, both of these winners were chosen from our registered and elite list of those who registered for the event. So if you haven't registered yet and you want to be eligible for any of our upcoming giveaways over later today or the next 2 days, you should go register now over at Caterpillar.com. But our winner for the Benzie Design $25 gift card from Jen is Mary Woodland from Cibolo, Texas. Cibolo, Texas. Is that how you say that? I'm not really sure if that's how you say it, but Mary Woodland, congratulations on winning that. I'll be sure I send your information over to Jen so she can get that over to you. And then our winner for the ThermoWeb $25 gift card from Jen is also from Texas, Carrie Dwyer from Bryan, Texas.
Hey, it was a lucky Texas day.
Aren't you? You're in Texas.
I'm in Texas.
It was meant to be.
Awesome. Okay, all my pieces are cut out. This is where the magic happens, and this is where it goes super fast. So I'm going to take my two banner pieces here, and I'm going to take my letter, and you take off this paper backing. So I take this, except for it doesn't want to come off now. It is stuck so good, y'all. There we go. So you can kind of see there's like a glue texture on the back of it. So I'm going to place this where I want. You can also like fold it in half so I can catch the center mark and know exactly where I want to put this, right? So I can kind of see that line. I want to center my A and put it there. Then to assemble our pumpkin. So then I'll press these as soon as they're assembled. So I'm taking the paper backing off of the main pumpkin piece. Maybe. Y'all, this stuck so good. This is awesome. I can't even get it off, which is so great because then it will stick on my project forever and ever and ever. There we go. All right, so I take off this one. So I layer my pumpkin piece, my side pieces, as well as the stem and leaves. And you just kind of play around with this and see how you want it to look before you press it down. So, and then you can give it all a big press and everything will stick. And of course, you can't really see it through this because it's so thick, but a lot of projects you can see with the light board and the glass. I can tell exactly where I'm placing my applique, which is so super helpful. So I love that I can press on this glass. I love that I can set everything up. All right, so that's how my pumpkin is layered. Then we have 2 leaves and our cute little stem. So I just put one of the leaves like this. The other one I kind of want off to the side. Maybe. Wow, these really did stick amazing. There we go. So that one, and then my stem, which I'm going to put in this little space. So I'm going to kind of shove it underneath that one. I don't know if you can see that, and stick my stem right there to kind of hide it. And then my leaves go on top. So it's just layered. Now you can press, well, now my leaves are coming with me. You can press at every addition, or you can just hit it with your iron right off the bat. So here I've got my letter placed, and if you're really, really particular, you can get your ruler and measure. Like I've got 1/2 inch on that side, 1/2 inch on the edge of my letter. You can really get you know, the precise pressing that you want. And then I just hit the same process as sticking the thermo web on. I press the letter on, and then I'm going to flip it to the back and really make sure that that glue is adhering to my project. So, and then to assemble it, I just used some twine that I got like at Hobby Lobby, and these little clips again at Hobby Lobby that I'm just clipping the twine to it. And then Benzie also sells this gorgeous felt ribbon, and that's the bows on mine. And so I just tied a bow between each of the banner pieces, and it is just so dreamy. I think this is their parchment color. I think there's only like one white looking one anyway. So anyway, so super cute. Then we're on bow trend too, right? Because bows are everywhere and they're so super fun. So there you have it. You've got a really fast fall banner that you could finish in an afternoon. I mean, we've been together for what, 45 minutes? And I just would need more letters cut out and we're done.
So cute. I love this so much. I love this so much because sometimes you just want to like sit and do something simple and not even have to set up a whole thing, or take this kind of project on the go. Like you could be cutting these pieces out while sitting at your kids' like soccer game or practice or something too.
And all of it.
It's so cute. Jen, thank you so much for hanging out with us, and thank you for the gift cards and donating those. Carrie was here watching while we announced that she won. So she's like, I won something. She's so excited. I know a lot of people are excited to try this project. And Eric, if you can do me a quick favor and drop a link to Jen's blog one more time in the chat. We've dropped it a few times, but that way everybody can go get everything they need from Jen to be able to make this adorable project. And once you make it for fall, you're already going to be like planning up the next one for Christmas and the next holiday and the next season and the birthday parties and all of that. So I love it.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for having me, buddy.
And by the way, Jen will be in our Zoom later. So we'll see her in a little bit. If you have questions for Jen, go. There's still time to sign up for the Elite. Come join us for the after chat. Kim will be there from earlier. Amy will be there. Jen will be there. I'll be there giving away stuff. We'll be having a lot of fun. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Sounds good.
Bye. All right. We only have a few more things left for you today, but you're not going to want to miss them. So hang tight. We've got just a little bit. Okay. I have a video I want to share with you. This is, you guys met Yazzie Bags or Yasmita in our last event. She's got another bag to show you, and we have a giveaway. So I'm going to show you that. And if you've been tuning into any of our lives leading up to this event, you know that I've been sharing a little bit about some sew-alongs that we have going on. And I've been talking all about the one happening in October. And that is with this kit right here from Riley Blake that we picked out. So we'll be doing this one together. A lot of you have already grabbed this kit. There's also, yes, it starts October 22nd. But I have a video that's going to talk about this one. And we're going to do a little unboxing. But I may have a surprise in that video. If you were on our live the other day, you probably already know what I'm talking about. But if not, you're going to see that too. So I have two videos I'm going to play for you. So just hang tight. Let me get those ready for us. I got to click on them. And as soon as I click on them, they play. So I couldn't do it beforehand. So let's see here. Now, I'm going to play Yazzie's first. So let's pick her video first.
Hi everyone. Today I'm going to demonstrate our Yazzie carryall. The code is CA120, and this is a bag I designed almost 20 years ago, and I know of many of you who already own one, love it, and are still using it. From this area to the end, it's 28 inches and 72 centimeters, and it does go across your shoulder, and it is very comfortable. Here is the cover. We've opened it up, and the first pocket at the back has a quilted pocket, beautifully made, and I can keep my magazines, my pattern books, anything that I might need. In front of that, I've done this section of further pockets that gives you lots more options. So you're getting functionality out of the back pocket, the inside cover. And on top of that, we've given you 3 pockets here. The larger one on this side fits a hoop, as you can see. So in this pocket, I put some fabrics, more fabrics in here. These don't suit you over time. You know, you're welcome to remove some of these little stitches in here. It's up to you. But in this case, in this pocket, we've given you 6 pockets that are the exact same size. You can remove the little piping here. It's just unstitching it here and in here, and you will get yourself the full horizontal pocket here. Work around the bag as it suits you. We're going on to the second page of this bag, and you've got 3 full horizontal pockets. Some people put their knitting needles in here. They might have. The choice is yours. Product is something I've just tried to fill it with nice, bright stuff so you can visualize. In this case, we've given you 4 of the identical sizes. Again, you can be flexible with these center pipings. It's up to you how you want to use it. Now in this pocket, but you can use this for your fabrics. It's quite a generous little size. Now I'm going to go to the base of the bag. When you look in here, there's a lot of room behind this. So you can place a small quilt at the bottom. You can use this area for quite a few things. And in here, the one thing I wanted to do from the beginning of time, 20 years ago, is give you the option to keep a 12 by 18 board in here. And I think that's a very big plus for this bag. It fits a comfortable 12 by 18 board. You've got an extra pocket, which is again clear. You can keep your books, your magazines. The base of the bag works very practically, and you can still shut the bag at the end with everything under. In here, we sell a lot of these little pockets, right? So this is the large set that is CA510, and that they come in a 3-pocket set, and you can fill them up and use it in the base of your bag with maybe other items that you might like to save. All of our products complement each other. These are 2 rectangle pouches, CA420, and that works brilliantly at the base of this bag. We've got our very popular mini craft organizer large, and all of you are very familiar with this bag. It's been here. This was the first bag we introduced 20 years ago. So that fits maybe with your smaller items. Then I've got my sewing machine feet organizer. It works brilliantly because you do need more than the big bag you carry, especially when you're going for 3 or 4 days. It does help you have everything accessible and viewable for you. You will not have any trouble fitting all those items at the base of the bag. It just condenses everything you're taking, and you will find great use of this carry-all bag that we've offered for almost 20 years now. Again, I'm going to reiterate the fact that this works brilliantly for your mat. Fits very comfortably at the base of the mat, and you can throw a small quilt, fabrics, anything you need. So I'm going to just recap here. These are the 4 pockets, exactly the same size. You've got 3 horizontal pockets, 6 smaller pockets in here. You've got these 3 pockets. You've got an inside cover, and all of that is our Yazzie carry-all, and it's extremely, extremely popular. I'm very happy with the result, because if you like them, then I feel inspired to create more bags, and I'm very thrilled and proud of the Yazzie carry-all.
All right, so that's the Yazzie carry-all bag. You all met Yazzie, and she shared another bag with us in the June event. I have the carry-all bag and I love it. So I just thought I would quickly show it to you. I have so many of her bags. They are quilted. They're lovely. They do come in a lot of different solid colors, and it's a lot of people love to personalize them. So some of the applique techniques that you learned today, or the felt, all of that could be really fun to do on these and personalize them. They do open up nice and big. Let me go to my overhead camera here. Oop, as I bump it. This bag is huge, but it holds so much stuff. And I've got it empty. So you can see all the pockets. There's pocket, 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 pocket. So many pockets. Love these bags. They're padded because they're quilted. You can take stitching out if you need to. Oh, and look, I've got an entire light board in the back and my flip and fold 36 mat back here as well. And I have room to put even more fabric in here. I can't even get the whole bag on the camera. It is such a good bag. And by the way, she gave me one to give away to you guys. Do you want to see who is going to win a Yazzie carry-all bag? She also she messaged me the other day and she goes, if you use the code Bethany10 at Yazzie's website, you can get 10% off. Okay. So there's that code that you can use as well, which was very nice of her to share with us. And she just like made it up, but she chose my name. So Bethany10 to save 10%. And then I'm going to show who the winner is of this carry-all bag. This is her biggest, nicest bag. Okay. So it's such a good one. And let me see here. Did I not put that one on the list? I did not. Okay. Let me pick a winner real quick. Hold on. I got to go to the list. Sorry. We were juggling a lot today. All right, and here we go. I'm just going to copy this name real quick and put it in my little banner so I can put it on screen. My bad. There we go. Thank you for your patience because I want someone to win. All right, our winner for, I literally just picked a random name off the list. Our winner for the Yazzie bag, carry-all bag, is Lori Huffstutler, and you are in Memphis, Tennessee. You're right down the road from me. I'm in Nashville. So I didn't even see that. Lori, congratulations. I'll get your information so we can send you off this. We'll have Yazzie send you off a bag for the carry-all bag. And anybody else who wants to get one of these bags or any of her other amazing bags and totes, you can use the code Bethany10 to save 10% off at Yazzie Bags. We put a link in the chat earlier. Let me see if I can grab that again real quick. Eric, do you see it in the spreadsheet down at the bottom? Can you put that back on the chat again, just so people have access to it? But Lori, congratulations. You're winning one of the carry-all bags, and I'll get your information and send it over to her. But this is such a great bag. I've used this on my retreats. I use this anytime I go anywhere. It just keeps all of my supplies nice and safe. So all my notions, I can keep it all there. I just open it up like a book. It's wonderful. So congrats, Lori. We have one more video to show you before I bring Nathan, our CEO. I see him sitting down there waiting, and then we'll be jumping over into our elite Zoom. So that's a separate private Zoom. But I have another video for you guys, and it is about our sew-alongs, which I just mentioned. The video I made to unbox and show you both of these, and I'm going to be very honest with you. I videotaped the whole thing, and then I went back and edited it to make it look all nice. And then as I was listening to it back, I said the word stunning about the fabrics in these kits. I don't even know how many times. It got to the point where I was like, do I even just refilm this? Like, it was kind of embarrassing. It was like the only adjective that kept coming to my mind when talking about these fabrics. So I'm going to challenge you all to make a little game out of it, because it's so ridiculous how many times I use that word. And I just left it in. While you're watching this video and learning all about this sew along and maybe another one, I want you to count how many times I said the word stunning, and then we'll do a spin to win after the video. Okay. Because why not? I mean, I literally said it so many times. It's comical. It's comical. You ready for this one? Here we go. I'm Bethany with Caterpillar, and I'm excited to introduce not just one, but two sew-alongs we're doing this fall. leading into the holiday season. Over this past summer, we did our first sew along together, partnered with Riley Blake to make a beautiful kit. This was a lovely but very large table runner, and I just absolutely enjoyed sewing this up with you all this summer, teaching you my best tips and tricks for quilting. And this was perfect for our beginners, but also for those who are more intermediate and advanced sewists. It was a lot of fun to do together. So much fun and so much positive feedback from you all that we decided to not just do one more, but two more this holiday season. These are brand new kits just released by Riley Blake. So let's take a look at them a little more close up and see exactly what you're going to be doing and what we're going to be making. Our first sew along project is going to be this stunning table runner. This is called A Little Christmas. It is smaller than the table runner we did over the summer. So if you want to do a smaller one, this is perfect for you. This is going to use traditional quilting techniques to make this beautiful and stunning table runner. So let's open up the box and see what's inside. These stunning Riley Blake boxes have a little magnetic closure, so you can keep these boxes and reuse them for other things like storing sewing notions, threads, or your project pieces. Inside, you're going to get the instructions, as well as all of the beautiful fabric from Riley Blake to make the quilt top and binding. This kit includes all of the stunning Riley Blake fabrics that you need to make the entire quilted top, as well as the binding. You will need to provide your own backing and batting materials, but everything else is included. I absolutely love these prints. This finished table runner is 18 by 60, and we're also going to make a matching pillow. The live sew along for this project is going to be taking place in October, but if you can't watch live and sew along with us, you can always catch the replay when you are ready to sit down and sew. Now, our first two projects were table runners. This time we're going a little bigger with a quilt. This is the Tannenbaum Patch. This is a patchwork style quilt that also incorporates applique. If you've ever watched any of my tutorials, you know how much I love applique and how well our Caterpillar products work with applique. We're going to be using both our quilting techniques that we've been learning as well as our applique techniques to make this stunning patchwork style quilt. This finished quilt is 58 inches by 58 inches finished. Let's open up this kit and see what comes inside. This kit also comes in another stunning Riley Blake box that has a magnetic closure, so you can keep this box and reuse it for so many things. Inside, you'll find the instructions as well as the template for your applique, and then a bunch of beautiful Riley Blake fabrics to make this patchwork quilt. Look at these cute little ornaments. This kit also includes a 10-inch layer cake with all of these classic Christmas prints. With all of these stunning fabrics, we're going to make the most beautiful Christmas quilt just in time for the holidays. Everything you need to make this beautiful quilt top is in the box, including all of the fabric and the binding. You will need to provide your own backing fabric and your own batting, as well as a fusible for the applique, which we will talk about in the sew along. This sew along is going to be taking place in November. So let's kick off the holiday season with a really fun project together. By doing this project in November, you'll have it done in time for the holiday season. I cannot wait to display this stunning quilt on my couch for everyone to enjoy this holiday season. So if quilting is on your list of things you want to tackle this holiday season, well, what better way to do that with a fun sew along where I hold your hand, we do it together, and we make some beautiful things. You're going to be building your quilting techniques and your applique techniques with these two fun sew along kits right here. Maybe you have a friend in mind that you would like to sew this up with together. Maybe get more than one kit, one for you and one for your sewing friend. Remember, this table runner kit is a sew along that's happening in October, and this quilt sew along is happening in November. Both of these sew alongs are going to be multiple parts, so you can take it at your own pace and learn as you go. I even have a little secret surprise for you. I have a special guest joining me for this sew along right here. He's going to be joining me at the end of this sew along series to share his methods for quilting. You are not going to want to miss that. I cannot wait to make these 2 projects with you. I know it's the fall season. I know we're in the pumpkin world right now, but we already have to start planning for our holiday sewing. And what better way to get that started than with these 2 sew-alongs coming up very soon. I cannot wait to sew with you. We had so much fun over the summer when we did it together. And we have these 2 to do this holiday season. I will tell you, we have very limited stock of these, and once they're gone, they're gone. They will not be coming back. We will not be able to reorder these. We got these brand new kits from Riley Blake. They just released and they sold out. So we were able to get our hands on a few of each of these, but when they're gone, they're gone. So go grab yours now. This one right here, we're going to be sewing up in October together, and this one will be sewing up in November together. Both will be done and ready in time for the holiday season. I cannot wait. This is going to be so much fun, and I'll see you there. Who's going to come sew with me? Come on. All right. How many times did I say stunning and then holiday season? I noticed that one came up a few times too. It had been a long day and I just filmed it. So anyways, at least 8 times. I'm okay. Well, thank you guys. 8 times. All right. Put the number 8 in the chat. Let's do a spin to win. Oh my goodness. Look how close my wheel is to the camera. Can you tell we're at the end of the day? All right. I said spin to win 8 times. According to you guys, I lost count. This time I'm giving away another clamp light, and I'm going to change up the thing for tomorrow. Another clamp light today. Eric, pick a number. Pick one of the people that said I said stunning 8 times and put them on screen. And we will give away another clamp light to a lucky winner. Who is going to be our winner for how many times I said stunning? Caitlin Carr, congratulations. Caitlin, you just won a clamp light, which is, oh, mine is stuck to my glass over here. It's this lovely clamp right here, and it's got a light on it, making it really easy for you to be able to cut with precision, see very well, and keep your hands nice and safe. So congratulations, Caitlin. If you could do me a big favor and send an email to support@cutterpillar.com. Eric's going to put that up on the screen. Send an email to support@cutterpillar.com. Let me know your full name, your address, and that you want a clamp light, and we'll make sure we get that sent out to you. We can't send it to you if you don't send us that email. So send us that email with your name, your address to ship it to, and that you want a clamp light, and we'll make sure that we get that sent out to you. So that was super fun. Thanks for hanging in there with all the words. I just want to quickly say that we have both of these kits, and we are offering a discount for the first time on these kits. I talked about this briefly in our live on Monday. If you haven't bought one of these kits yet and you can't decide which one, I tell you just to get both because they're going to be amazing. If you add both to cart, you automatically get a discount. You just add it to cart, automatically get a discount. You don't have to use a code or anything. And you get, I want to say like $16 off. I think I did the math the other day. So add both to cart. You'll get an immediate discount if you add both to cart. Now, I do have a lot of friends that already grabbed this one, and now they're finding out about this one, and they want to get this one, but I want to get them in on the deal too. So since you've already bought this one and you need to add this one to cart to get both, then use the code Riley Blake, which Eric, I just added that banner at the bottom. Use the code Riley Blake when you add this one to cart, and you'll get the same discount if you've already bought this one. Okay. So I didn't want people who jumped on this one early to miss out on the deal to do both. Okay. So if you haven't bought both, you don't need a code. Just throw both in your cart and you'll get the same discount. If you've already bought this one and you want to grab this one too, use the code Riley Blake to be able to get that same deal without having to buy both if you've already bought this one. By the way, free shipping over orders of $98. So you'll get free shipping on this, which is awesome. This is kicking off October 22nd. Now, my special guest, if you were on my live last Friday, my special guest for this sew along is Corey Pearson from Linda's. Corey taught at our June event and taught us some amazing quilting techniques, and he's going to come back and do this entire sew along with us. He sent me a picture the other day of him already cutting up this quilt to get his pieces ready to go. He's so excited to do this with you guys. But I have news. Nobody else knows this yet, but he is going to do this one with us too. So he's going to join us in November for this sew along. We're going to do applique in this one, as I mentioned. So we've got a lot going on. October sew along, November sew along, both are, Corey's going to join us for both of these. I'm really excited. I already started sewing up this one, and I was working on it on Saturday on my sewing club. This is the center of one of the blocks. Okay, can we understand why I said the word stunning so many times? Look at how stinking cute that is. It's beautiful. And this is just the center of one block. There's all these other pieces that we're going to put together. I mean, they're beautiful. Look, I used another word other than stunning. So anyways, I've got all my pieces. I've been working through it all right in my little box so I don't lose anything. And we're going to sew this up together in October. So this is my first one. I'll do this one with you guys together in October. I'm really, really excited about it. I think it's time to bring Nathan to stage. Nathan, hi. Welcome, everybody. This is Nathan, our CEO. And Nathan, you're muted. There you go.
Welcome. There you go. Thanks. All I can say is today has been amazing as I've looked through all the different people, and then everybody knows, everybody who's watching, anybody who's going to see this, I just have to do a big shout out to the entire team and everybody who's helped. But I also want to thank Bethany specifically. This is her major project. As you've seen, we've changed quite a bit from where we were back when we started back in March. June was another level. This is a whole nother level again, Bethany. So I'm really excited to have you here. And thank you very much for all the effort and everything. We still have a few more things we're going to be covering. Yeah. And Bethany, you want to just clarify a couple things so they kind of know what we look at as we kind of wrap up today?
Yeah, so this is a great time for one to ask any questions about any Caterpillar products, because Nathan and I can help answer those questions. You guys learned about products from when Keisha shared the all-in sewing and quilting bundle to when I talked about our precision cutting bundles, as well as to all of our teachers today. If you didn't notice, they all used our products for their demonstrations because they really do love them. They're all Caterpillar affiliates. They use our products all the time in their sewing and crafting. And so if you have any questions about products, this is a great time to ask. If you got something in your cart and you're not sure about something, this is a great time to ask. Don't forget, you have a code, Handmade 10, for 10% off. If you didn't register for the event, you're just tuning in live, that's totally fine, but that is your discount code to use on the website. It's in addition to the products that are already on sale, okay? So it's 10% on top of our sales. Now, if you registered for the event, you get 15% off, and you have a code in your email. I don't share it here because you registered for it. So it's in your email. You'll get 15% off. And our elite members, you have a 20% off code in your email, and you should have access to that. So be sure you're using the codes that you have to get the most savings on our products. We don't do these deals like this except for during these events. And the other thing we are going to do in this little segment, outside of answering any questions, is also we have a giveaway today.
One more giveaway, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So before we get into that, I'm going to kind of give Bethany a little bit of a breather. She'll be hanging out with us here. I wanted to review a few things with everybody. Yeah. Bethany, you mentioned a couple different items that had to do with specials registration. You mentioned also that there is something still left today. I just want to come back and let everybody know. First, again, thanks for being here. It's amazing to see the participation. It's amazing to see the things that you're doing. We're not going to be marketing this right now, but I just want to tell you, we do have a creative place that those that want to on Facebook can come and join as part of a community. We're doing a lot. Subscribe to our channels. We're looking at new ways of bringing what Bethany has done. She talked about the Riley Blake projects. That was absolutely fantastic, as they did this here about a month and a half ago and walked through it. Those two kits, she'll be doing that again. And what we're doing, for those of you that are on our socials, we talk about that. And then those who buy those, we're going to be able to send you links to the videos as well. So there's a lot that we're trying to put together to make sure that those of you who are inspired or have the inspirations, you're looking for that here, you're maybe doing that at home, you're prepping for the holidays, you're prepping for some travels and everything else. Our goal is to help you to be able to enjoy those with the crafts, the hobbies, the quilting, the sewing that you currently are doing as well. So we're trying to add to everything that we've got going on. I do want to talk. We are going to be doing this giveaway, but before we did, I do want to come back to that Zoom meeting that we're going to do. It's kind of an after party, Bethany, and maybe I can just have you just, I didn't attend. I did see several of the comments. In fact, back when we did a live last week, Friday, One of the key things that came up over and over is the individuals that ended up joining the Elite last time. They said that the Zooms themselves were absolutely worth it. And what that means is there's a different atmosphere, a little bit more relaxed. Bethany will be there. All of today's participants, as far as the educators and the teachers, will be there as well. Those who potentially are also part of the commercial. So we have a variety of people, and she asks them questions, and she really gets involved. And you can be personal and up close with each and every one of those. Any thoughts on that, Bethany?
Yeah, so when I was creating this event, I wanted to take the best parts of doing the in-person expos and shows and classes and retreats. That in-person is something that's just hard to replicate in a digital, virtual way. But how can I get close to that for you all and bring this all to the comfort of your home and help you feel like you're getting more out of just us sharing and teaching with you, but also connecting with those in the chat, connecting with those and making some new friends in the sewing community, because the sewing community is truly what makes this industry so special. And so I love that part of it. That part of getting to go out and explore and do what I do is so valuable to me, but I know not everybody can. So I was like, hey, let's do these private Zooms. You get to ask the teachers questions. These are teachers, as I mentioned earlier, that I get to like admire and watch. And now we get to talk to them directly, ask them questions. It's a lot of fun. It's very casual and informal. You can participate as much as you want. I also do some fun little icebreaker questions that we get to ask the teachers, and they have fun sharing that. I also have some special deals and giveaways during those private Zooms with our Elite members. So it's still not too late to sign up. We're going to be jumping into that in about 30 minutes. I do see Kim hanging out down in the bottom. I just wanted to make sure, Kim, that you guys know that there's a different Zoom link for the Zoom instead of the StreamYard link. So if you're waiting for the Zoom, go check your email and get the Zoom link, and we'll see you over there in about 30 minutes. I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that. But yeah, so we're going to hang out in that Zoom, have so much fun. It is, you want to talk about me going rogue, Nathan. They always joke that I go rogue. I go super rogue in those.
So here's what I want to do. We are going to do the giveaway. Let me bring up what we're going to give away. Before we do it, part of this event as well, just so everybody knows, is to help make sure that you can do the things that you love, even when it gets dark, and or with the tools that we have that make it easier so that you complete more projects, that it makes it easier on your eyes, on your hands, and with the processes. You saw the foundation, some of the foundation paper piecing today. There's nothing better. And every time I see it, I still go like, wow, man, that's so simple, but it works so well. Is the light behind aligning patterns and everything else. There's just so many different ways that you can use the tools. So on the screen that I have, I'm going to bring this up really quick. I just want to share. Again, we're going to talk about how to get the Handmade Collective, but this is what we're going to be giving away is this right here.
There you go.
There you go. So this is going to be the large 36 by 48 cutting mat, along with our clamps. Those small clamps work great on many, many different things, including smaller templates. And then we end up with that clamp light that Bethany showed and did a demonstration of on what this is. And so this, hang around with us. We're going to be giving this away here. But what I wanted to do is I just wanted to briefly touch base and talk to you about this. So this is the Handmade Collective. You're here. You probably clicked on this link. Most of you here have probably also registered. What I'm wanting you to know is also, if you come back to this page and go down to the bottom, you'll also know that today we were talking about, and we've had a lot of the different individuals that both taught today and that will be teaching. So if you want to go back and find the links, find their specials, find their discounts, go here to find that as well so that you can easily access it. This is always going to be up. This will be up through the end of the Handmade Collective. So make sure to use this page. And then once you're here, if you register, it will then take you to a page where you'll be able to be part of the Elite Experience. And the Elite Experience has several other things as well that are a little bit different. On the Elite Experience, you're going to get a collection of several additional things. Podcasts, we take all of the videos, we separate them all, we cut them down so that you can learn just the key tips and tricks. We do a podcast series, we do a transcript. We also have part of these Zooms, and there's several other things that go beyond as part of what you get as you want to join part of this Elite Pass. So I just wanted to share, this is what happens. Last time we had the same thing. I think, Bethany, just as a number, we had probably twice as many people join at or during the event than they did before the event, because they started hearing the stories about the Zooms. They started getting some of the access to a few other things behind the stage passes, a little bit of a different giveaway that we're doing exclusively with this group as well. Now, remind me, just so you know, if you're here and you register, your name is entered in to win, which is what we're going to be giving away. And so that's what I wanted you to know as well. So make sure you're prepared and you're there. Bethany, I think you spoke about this little mini bun was on earlier today, right? And so I'm just going to quickly go through this. Yeah, that's good. I'm just going to quickly do this. So you kicked off. So this is clamps, magnets, and plates. This is perfect for somebody who already has some of the light boards. If you're already a fan of Caterpillar products, you have the other products. This is a great way to accessorize. The magnets are used for several things. Bethany, as earlier she mentioned, she did quite a bit on demonstrating it. This is the other kit that Keisha talked about. This is the big bad boy. And some of you might think, that's a little bit all in. Some of you probably have mixes of some of these products. Some of you are new to this. We find that this is ideal for the person that's just, you know what, I just want to get my place completely set up. This is a Bethany. Her place has all of this and so many other things from other people too.
If you like gadgets, this is for you. Also, the mini bundle with the magnets, there's no magnets included in that all-in sewing bundle. So just throw both in your cart. Just throw both. They're both discounted.
What she's saying is add this one then in as well, because you can take that and put it on this Ultra. And what you can do is you can add the magnet plates, use these small minis. So they are really complementary kits as the part of what that is. Just add that in. This one also does have the mini light board. It does have the flex accessory kit with the light. People love this. This one, in fact, it's one of our fastest sellers because it can be used in so many different ways. It comes with a large 48-inch flip and fold mat that is easily stowable and put away. Bethany, I saw you pull out your 36 on that carry-on bag, on the Yazzie bag there. That was fun. This is the Elite with its carrying bag. It also comes with the Mini and its carrying bag. It comes with the swivel on this particular one. So it is an all-in kit. And then you just saw here most recently, wasn't it fun to be able to see, where am I at here really quick? As we just finish up with Jen, right? And she was doing her ironing on this kit. She loves this glass mat. A lot of people love this as well. It is a great addition also to some of the other things that we've got going there. So there's a lot of things. And then Bethany did the clamp light. So that is part of what Keisha talked about today. And again, we've got some phenomenal specials going on for those of you who don't have anything all in. Bethany, to your point, you can offset and add if you already have a few products. And coming back, let's talk about this giveaway here. This is what we're going to do. So we'll go ahead and give this away. And what I'd like to do is, if you have a couple questions about anything that you've seen today, if you have questions about any of the products, I'll go ahead and help answer some of those. And we'll spend as much time as we need here doing that. And then Bethany herself is going to go ahead and we're going to have her split off to the Zoom. So Bethany, let's go ahead and choose a winner.
All right. So you want to, we're going to give away, by the way, the Precision Cutting Bundle 48. That includes the Flip and Fold 48, our biggest cutting mat. It includes not just 2, but 4 of the mini clamps and the clamp light, the big clamp. So you're going to get, 5 clamps? Sorry, math is hard at the end of the day. 5 clamps and the Flip and Fold 48. So you can cut out all your projects. And our winner for today's big bundle giveaway from Caterpillar is Elaine Ribeiro from North Reading, Massachusetts. Congratulations, Elaine. Woo! Y'all, we give away bundles every day. So if you haven't registered, as Nathan was just talking about, you need to go register, because now we're all a little jelly of Elaine, who is going to be getting all of these products from us. So Elaine, we'll be in touch to get your shipping information and send this off to you. Congratulations on being our winner for day 1 of the Handmade Collective.
Awesome. That's great. That giveaway again that she just won, if you think about this, is really amazing. A value of just under $300 is what she won, discounted. And what's crazy again is we've got discounts on combos and kits, and then we've got coupons on top of that. So Bethany mentioned earlier, if you have not registered, I know a lot of you have. If you have not, go to caterpillar.com. You can go to the main page. There's the Handmade Collective button. When you click on it, just put in your name and your email. It's very easy to do so. When you're done, you're going to have an opportunity to then also upgrade to the Elite package, which is where Bethany's going to be heading here in just a minute.
Yeah.
She's going to be heading over to the Zoom and they're going to get up and personal. Again, she asks some questions, gets involved, and we just really get to know these other great influencers, these great teachers, these great creators in a completely different way than we normally can when we've got to kind of condense that time here with everybody else. So I wanted to go ahead and make sure that everybody had a chance to take advantage of that as well, along with the specials. Now, I have one last thing, Bethany, I just wanted to kind of throw out here to everybody.
All right.
And so, you know,
Nathan's
everybody,
going rogue.
well, everybody probably has something in their cart. I was looking on the back end. I'm just telling you. And I see a lot of people with the Elite in their cart. Like, if you've got this in your cart, just go check out. It's on sale, by the way, and we're doing a discount on the Elite as an upgrade as well at 50% off the value of what that is. You know that you have coupons. If you have not registered, go register and then use the coupon, Bethany, that you mentioned if you are registered. In fact, let's bring that back up. I think we brought that up on screen again.
I don't have the registered. I don't share the registered ones on here.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You got to register. So
you got to register to get it, Nathan.
Register to get. You're going to get an email immediately with your additional discounts that you get to use, and that way you can go ahead and check out. And Bethany, what I wanted to do is see if you had any last questions, and then what I'll do is I'll hang around with everybody to help answer anything else they have while you go take a break. I know it's been a long day, and I know you've got to go get prepared, so I'll let you go there as well. But what other things do you have as we kind of wrap up from your side, Bethany, and I'll let you kind of get prepared for your next event.
Well, first of all, thank you all for tuning in today. This has been, it's so much work, as Nathan said. Our whole team puts in a lot of time into it. But at the end of the day, this is the best part of it, getting to hang out with you all, learn from these amazing teachers, share about the Caterpillar products that we love so much. We're all very proud of them, and I know you guys love them too. So we just appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. And I would really love to spend some quality time with you in these Zooms. I'm telling you, we had so much fun yesterday in the networking session. We played a little sewing trivia that I made. Like, I love to have fun. Okay. Sewing is all about having fun. So if you want to come have some more fun with us, I'll probably, I'll probably even show you guys my little sewing machine skeleton. I'll turn it on during the Zoom. I would turn it on now, but it would just keep talking. It's kind of creepy, but we'll play, we'll have some fun. I'll give away some goodies, have some special deals just for my Elite members. It's just, I don't know. I like making new sewing friends, Nathan. Like, I feel like I can never have enough sewing friends. And so I want to make some new ones through this event.
Wonderful. I'm going to hang around here, Bethany. We'll see you here in a little bit in another place, in another room that you can get access to if you're Elite members. We did hear that if a few of you don't have access to that, maybe give us a quick link. We did send out another email here shortly ago to make sure that everybody did have what they needed for that. So just be looking for that inside of it, but you can hit support@caterpillar.com. We'll take a look at that. Bethany, I'm going to hang around. I'm going to share a few other things, and we'll talk and see you guys later.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Over on Zoom.
Let me just say one thing. Tomorrow, like, today was awesome. But I'm one of those people that like builds upon day to day. So like, it just keeps getting better. Our giveaways keep getting bigger. Tomorrow, I'm going to say we have binding techniques that we're learning. We have scrappy quilting that we're learning, and we have collage quilting or collage fabric that we're going to do. Really artsy, craftsy stuff. I am so excited for tomorrow. So if you want to learn about our teachers, Nathan can show you on our landing page at the bottom where all of our teachers.
Yep. We'll bring those right up, and we'll be able to continue
blog, get all the information. If you missed any sort of discount code from our teachers today, they're on their blogs from today. So everything's on our website. Go find it. Nathan will show you. I cannot wait to see all of my Zoom members, and I'll see the rest of you tomorrow.
Thanks, Bethany.
Bye.
Appreciate that. Again, can't say enough how much I appreciate our team, and Bethany does an amazing job. Everybody doesn't know, but if you think about this, in the evening time, we relax, we have our dinner, we get on our social. My wife loves her word puzzles. Let me ask, put in your word puzzles if you love word puzzles, or do you like your crime movies? I like those too. So does my wife. But we get into that, and what we don't realize is that there are so many things that have moving parts. If I could show you the schedule, it's every single day. It's all sorts of pieces. It's all sorts of processes. That includes the videos. She does editing on some of the other ones that she's given when it comes to the commercials, not just hers, but for other visitors. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to bring back up the website again. I want to show one other thing for everybody to take a look at. We're sharing the screen still. That's good. Let me see if I can show you this. I just wanted to point out a couple key things again, and this had to do with a couple of the people that we have tomorrow. So let me bring up and give you a heads up on who is going to be joining us tomorrow. Down here on our list, here we go. Tomorrow we have Kim. who will be joining with us. And just so you guys know, when you come in here, if you want to open, Kim was today. So sorry, we're not going to have Kim. It's going to be Casey. So we've got Casey over here on the right. If you come in and you open and click on the image, it will open up. We put together a blog that has a lot more details about them. It has a little bit of some insight on what you can expect to see. And then you're going to be able to see a few additional things from them as well. So this is about her. Here's the free tutorial. Here's part of her discount she has. Here's a few other things that she's going on. So I just want everybody to know that that's where you can go find this. Let's take a look. We also have, in addition to Kim, is Di Clough will be with us. And here's Di, and here's what she has going on. So here is Di. And so she'll be sharing a little bit more information about what she calls a scrappy quilt. And this is going to be a fun one we're going to be able to watch with her facilitating this one. Here is her cutting guide that you can go access right now and download. She has a little bit of a video. She talks about a few things. And then we also have tomorrow, we're going to have Leslie join us as well. So let's go pull up Leslie. We've got Leslie Bircher who's going to join us. And this is what Leslie has on hers also as we take a look at this. So this is Leslie. Again, she's going to do a little bit, it looks like a cute a little collage that she'll be ending up doing. It looks like she's going to be using several different Caterpillar products as she goes through and she does the collage. There's going to be a giveaway again tomorrow with part of what she's doing, and she's joining and giving into this. Again, so these are just a few of the things for you to see. My recommendation is tonight, when you have some time, get on here, go click on the Handmade Collective, which is, again, on Caterpillar.com. Click on the banner. It will take you to this landing page. Scroll down, read a little bit, take a look about it a little bit. You can see and you can go to their pages. Go ahead and follow them as well. But this is a really fun thing that we have. We did this last time as well. A lot of people don't see it because it's clear at the bottom of the page, but I want you to be able to go ahead and do that. Let me see. We've got a couple. Oh, I've got a couple people responding to some of the comments. Wordle, that is the game. I think that's the one my wife's on, is Wordle. So there we go. Will these 3-day videos be available for future viewing? So this is a great question. Thank you for asking this, Tracy. The answer in simple is yes. And how we get to those, I'll show you. Here's my screen. You're going to go to YouTube. You're going to then find on YouTube, you'll see that right now we're on the day, the Handmade Collective. You're going to click on day 1. And on day 1, here I am. And you see me on the side facilitating this. But what we will have is we will have every single one of the days that will stay there live. When you join Elite, we do a few additional things. We actually take the entire video, which is one long stream. I think right now we're streaming it right over 4 hours. We take that same one and we divide it into separates, and we do the transcripts for just each section for each one of the presenters that was here, and we extract all those things and we do several additional pieces, and you get lifetime access to that from the Elite perspective as well. So yes, you're going to be able to have access to those as that happens. I have another person saying they do mini crossword. Thank you for sharing that, Michelle. Any questions about the products that I can help answer for you? If you don't have them, let's find out which ones you should have. I know we're getting close. If you're an Elite member, we're about 13 minutes away from the Elite one starting. Again, if you're not quite sure if you should join or not join Elite, my recommendation is it is absolutely worth it. In fact, I will quickly drop this into the chat as well for those of you who are not Elite members. Let me just move this over. There we go. Put that in there. Eric might have already have done that, but we'll make sure to pass that back through also. And there we go. And we're going to do a little bit of a surprise because we have a little bit of time. Hey, Eric, are you prepped? I'm going to bring you on. Here we go. We're bringing Eric to the stage. Unmute your thing. He's going to be like, what? Here's Eric. Here's one of our behind the scene team members. He's like, what the heck? Love Eric. He has been working on our marketing team and our socials. Didn't you put all the blogs together and help with a lot of that?
Yeah, I did put all of those together.
So say hi to Eric. He has been the one that's been facilitating that Bethany's been working with on the back end. I thought I'd bring him in here for just a minute as well. There we go. Thanks. A lot of people are saying, see ya. It's nice to see you. Thanks. Stick around. I'm not seeing any questions. Eric, see if you can scroll through if we got any other questions about the products that I can help answer really quick. I must have a 15-minute delay. There's a couple other people coming in. Here you go. Any plans for glass mats for the revolving mat? Great question. At this point, we've had 2 requests. We are not currently acting on this, but it doesn't mean that we will not. One has been on the swivel mat. The other one is for the mini. Right now, we are using it for the size works with the standard premium and our normal Glow Basic, our standard 2 mats, and it works very, very, very well on the Ultra because it fits on half of that mat. So you can actually cut and use lights, etc. on the right, move directly over to pressing it on top of the glass. And that's a very, very common use for that as well. But right now, great question. We do not have that in the works, but we do have a few other things that we currently have in the works. We're not sure if one of those will make it here in the next month or two, or it might be the first part of next year. But we've been working on a couple other pretty amazing things that we've got in the pipeline that we still have got going on. What else do we have? Any questions about Caterpillar? Anything else about the event that we've got coming up? Here's one from Michelle. I want to use it for cutting and ironing. Yes, you can use it for cutting. Most people use our clear translucent mats because it doesn't dull your blade as fast as something like a glass mat would. But it seems that it's not good for rotary. That is correct. I would recommend using the clear mat itself. If you know that we have a light board, what you do is we have a separate mat that has, and you can be flipped over 2 sides. One side, though, is textured, which is perfect because it keeps it from sliding around on the light pads. And then you can put that glass mat on or off of it. Some people also will just trace and do some tracing. And then what they'll do is they'll move that up to the glass mat if they're just pressing. We ended up having, if you know, we'll talk a little bit about laser cut quilts, or if you buy any pre-cut pieces that might have any fusing that you're going to use to press. Sometimes you don't have to cut. So you use that as an alignment tool, and a pressing tool is often how people use those two things together. Can we replace the cutting mat for the round holder? Yes, you can. That might be one we'll check. I don't know if we have that on the site, but the cool thing in general is that particular board and the cutting pad is double-sided. So that one is twice as thick as our other cutting mats, and it is double-sided on the rotary cutting table, because that way it will last twice as long. And then yes, you can buy replacements for it as well. I'll take a look and see if we have that online. If not, you can reach out to support. I do believe we have it online as a replacement. In fact, let me just pull that up, Eric, while you look at another question. Let me see if I can get on and get that up to show everybody here. And then if there are any other questions, keep them coming really quick so we can help answer those for you. Let me bring up rotary. Swivel. Call it the swivel. All right. And I do believe we have this on there already. We do. So I'm going to just bring this up on screen so everybody can see. All right, here we go. So I just went into caterpillar.com. I actually used the icon and I typed in, there we go, swivel. And when I typed it in, it brings it up. What we end up with is the normal swivel, and then we end up with the replacement mat right here. So the replacement mats are available. They are online. Again, they're double-sided. They're extra thick. They work really, really, really well. Love them. And then those who have never seen the swivel demonstrated, I think Keisha shared that with you a little bit. It's different than any other. One is it's translucent, so you can use it on top of a light board. So if you ever are trying to do fussy cutting with your foundational paper piecing, or anything else, and you want to align your patterns, it's great because you can rotate it around as you're moving and you're doing some of your fine cutting with your rotary cutters. So that is something that is definitely available, works very, very well. All right. What mat comes with the Glow Premium, the new one? So great question. Let's go pull up the Glow Premium really quick here. Give me a minute. I'm going to. Now, again, I am going to go ahead and be cautious because this is crazy. Anybody here have somebody, and by the way, I'm very fortunate. We have somebody that comes, and my wife has wanted somebody always to come clean our house. So if you hear a vacuum in the background, it's not her, because I'd be like, hey, I'm on a live. It's completely different. And wouldn't you know that by the time I go live is the time they're vacuuming right next to me. So apologize if you hear some of that. I'm going to keep mine muted here as I look at a couple things. But here's the Glow Premium. If you look at this comes, and I hope we have a couple good pictures. We might not. It comes with a mat that is the full size, and it covers from left to right. It looks like we probably need to update this because this picture is not correct, because the Glow Premium new, the light cutting mat goes from edge to edge, from left all the way to the right-hand side, and it works fantastic, and it works very, very well. So that would answer that question for you. It says, can we use the discount multiple times? Yes. And I think what we're asking before I say yes completely is, if you buy something today, can you use the code again to buy something else if you see it tomorrow? Yes, you can. You can use it while the event is live. So don't wait. Again, if you got something in the cart, use the code. And if you want to buy something else, you can come back and add that to your cart tomorrow, and then you can use the code again. So that code is active through the entire event while the event is going on. And so that's how you're going to want to utilize those codes if you have them. Does the cutting mat warp with heat? Oh man, this is such a good question. Let me do this really quick, Eric. The answer quickly is no. I'm going to show you a picture, but I'm going to go get this other group into the Zoom room. I'll be right back. Maybe Eric, would you mind just sharing with them a little bit about what your experience has been as you brought this whole September event together, and just share what your experience has been?
Is that I have to go to the Zoom link. I have to be there to moderate also. So I have to leave here.
That's good. Give me just a quick second. Hold on, everybody. Patience. I've got 2 different screens. We got 3 things going on. Give me a minute. Bethany's probably freaking out. She's like, nobody's letting me in.
Yeah,
Craft with
probably.
Bethany. We're going to admit her. There we go. Thanks. Be with me. I'll be here for all the staying around with you guys for just another minute here. Let me go get Bethany back in, and let's make her the host.
So now you all guys know what's a day Caterpillar.
And again, just so everybody knows, the live is starting. So if you are an elite member, go ahead and log in and log out. Eric's going to be joining with you as well. If not, go sign up so that you can get it. We are recording all of the sessions so that you can come back to that. And Bethany, I'm going to let you go. I'm in and I'm out. You're good. All right, I'm leaving the meeting for me. She's still over there, and I'm back here. All right, Eric. Am I frozen?
Yeah, you're frozen.
Oh. Okay. Hopefully I come back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, here we go. Here we go. We'll unfreeze me, and then we'll there we go.
There, you're unfrozen.
All right, there we go. Take care, Eric. We're going to kick you out of here as well. I'll continue to ask a couple additional questions as we go through this. Let's see. We got a couple other things.
Bye, guys.
Nathan is frozen. Yes, Diane. Apparently I was. Thank you very much. Here's another one. This is Tracy also mentioning you can head out. There you go. This is another one by Tracy. Thank you, Tracy, for this comment. Great for trimming up quilt blocks with the swivel. It is fantastic because if you think about this, you're not having to move or shift the entire piece as you're moving it, because once you put your ruler down, it pivots. So you can cut one side of the square, rotate it, cut the next side, and simply go from side to side to side, standing in the same place, using the same ergonomics as you move front and back to do so. So that swivel works very, very well for that. All right. Okay. Anything else here? This is a good one. Eddie, thank you. My peeper pacing instead of my paper piecing. So thank you. That's a good one. All right. Here you go. This is the question. Does the cutting mat warp with heat? I think I have a picture of this that I wanted to show you. I hope I have a picture that I had pulled up on this that I thought was a pretty good image to show you what it does not do compared to everything else that you're going to see. Do I have a picture of it? I might not have a picture of it. Looks like I don't. But the answer in simple is no, it does not. It's actually multi-layered, and we did several tests with this. In fact, in the past, we put several of them in a hot car. How many of you have a car that you've done and you left a mat in there? Give me a 1 if that's ever been the case. And what was crazy is a lot of these other mats just got all sorts of contorted and unusable, right? That's ended up what happened to them. This mat was just as flat. So it's made out of more of a different material, a little bit more of like a TPE that we use that helps hold it so the heat does not affect it the same way it affects many, many other mats. A lot of them are ABS, some of them are just PVC. This is actually a combination, and it has to be because of the way it folds. And so that makes it unique as well. So the mat itself is made and manufactured differently and has different material that allow it to work better without getting damaged in the heat. All right, so there was one. Can we use coupons? We answered that one. Is there a circle light mat? The answer to this question, is there a circle light mat? No, not a circle light mat, but the circle swivel can be used over the medium size light boards and the ultra size. So what we do is we had looked at putting lights into it. What we found is that it's an accessory really to our light boards. Is the way we look at this, is that it works on top of the other ones. So you can just move it and put it on top and use it and turn your light board on and cut with it on top of the surface. And so that's how we recommend using it. Itself, with a rotating piece and electronics, made it ridiculously crazy expensive. It probably cost around $300. And so what we've done is we've just made it an accessory to all of the other light boards themselves. And so that's how that one is used. What comes with the Glow Premium? Here's a question. What comes with the Glow Premium, the new one? And so, here you go. The answer to this on the Glow Premium, people might not know what Linda is asking is we have a new way of us finishing our translucent cutting mats themselves. The older ones had just a non-slip on the bottom. And what we decided to do is we're like, why can't we put that on the top as well to keep the fabric from sliding? I do think it has that. Let me go in and see if we've updated, because I do think we have the non-slip on the top and the bottom. Let me go pull this up really quick. And by the way, if I had a couple other people here, the answer would be yes really quick, but I believe the answer is yes. But let me just double check. Be patient with me. If anybody else has another question. Yes, it does. Woo, it does. So Linda, the new premium and the new standard Caterpillar quilting glow board, they both have the dual grip version. Let me bring up my screen just to kind of show you. And I'm like, this is why I know this is we're making sure. If you look at this on the right, you can see that we have dual grip highlighted just right up here. That is an indicator of what we've done. And so it does have the double side. So that means you can flip it. And the more important thing is that keeps the fabric from shifting from this top surface, which is really, really awesome. What comes, I thought it would be cool to have the glass mat for when you're pressing. Yes, that's a definitely great one. Can we replace? We talked about this on the round one. Yes, we can replace it. No, the cutting mats do not warp. Let's see here. Anything else? If anybody has any other questions as we kind of wrap up, let me know. We'll continue to ask those. Do the mats warp with heat? Nope. And here's an Eileen giving me a one who's left a mat in the car. Sorry, Eileen. I'm guessing that your cutting mat was damaged and it was unusable. And none of the items that we have outside of the tempered glass can you iron on it. You can put the tempered glass on top of a mat, ideally the Ultra, and you can iron while it is on the light board so that you do get the light through it. Our recommendation is that you just don't let the iron sit on there, but you have a pad where your iron is getting placed. And then again, when you place it on top, you can use the glass cutting mat on top of the light board. And recommendation when you use the glass cutting mat is that you do not use steam, ideally, because if you think about this wool, and if you have a wool pad that you're ironing on, and if you steam, it kind of pushes through. Or if you have an ironing board, that's why if you look underneath the skirt of an ironing board, it has a bunch of holes so that steam can kind of move through it. The glass mat, steam does not go through it because it's a solid piece. So recommendations are, if you ever are using, and this came up with Jen today, she just mentioned if you got a little steam left over and she was using it on the glass tempered mat, is it kind of caused a little bit of bleeding with some of the things. So recommendation is no steam, and you can iron on the glass, and you can iron on the glass on the Ultra ideally. Here's another one. Wait, here we go. How do I get to the Zoom that I've gotten for the Elite? One is go check an email. If this is the case, Mary, and we'll take a look at this. I don't know if I can send you something separate, but they were in emails, and that there was also another email that went out here about an hour and a half ago. So take a look and see if hopefully it didn't fall into your spam folder, but you can take a look, and that's how you would have received it, is via email to get into that. Now, again, it's being recorded. So in the event something happens, we are going to have that we are going to be able to rework, and you'll have access. But Mary, there will be a link that will have been sent to you. If you were Elite, that link would be there for you to be able to sign, to be able to click on in order to access that. Here's one of the last ones here. Is the folding cutting mat magnetic? It is not magnetic. Or do we need to use the metal plates? We would recommend, if you do this, you can get the metal plates. The metal plates do come with an adhesive sticky side. A lot of people never pull that off. They simply allow those metal plates to be pushed and moved wherever you want. If you have those plates, they can be placed under any surface, glass, underneath the light boards themselves, or underneath the cutting boards, and they can be placed on the cutting mats as well. So they can be placed underneath that. So yes, you can use the plates and the magnets with those if you have those as a set, and they can be slid underneath. All right, here we go. Here's another one. Do you make a gridless mat for the mini board? You're asking me some really good, tricky questions. Those of you that don't know, when you buy a light board, it comes with a grid printed on the clear mat. Great for aligning, great for cutting, great for what most all of us use a cutting mat for. A lot of you, when you start doing a lot of other types of projects works, if you think about applique in general, you don't need a grid when you're cutting flowers or petals or leaves or whatever else. And so what we've done on the other two mats is we've done a non-gridded version. I think we might have that. Let me do a check too. Let's do this. So this is the question that Wendy is asking, and I'm trying to see if we have. I know we have them for the two larger boards. Let me see if we have it for the mini. So let me bring this back up so everybody can see what I'm talking about to answer Wendy's question. So what you're looking at is our premium and our standard. We have what we call these gridless mats. And so these are some gridless mats, and you'll notice they don't have any, there's no grids on the center side of what those are. And I do not believe we have it for the mini is what I want to say, but man, am I wrong? Because they would be on the site here if we had them. You'd think I should know this, right? But last time we ordered them, we ended up ordering replacement mats, and I don't believe we ended up with the gridless, because we have it for the ultra, and it looks like we just have it for the basic and the premium. So we do not have the gridless right now for the mini. This is the mini. It's half the size of our premium, and it's a quarter of the size of the ultra. So it looks like we do not have that on there. All right. Anything else that we have? Any other questions as we kind of wrap up? We've had a lot of people drop off. We still are sitting at about 70 individuals here with us. Let me know what other questions you have, what else I can help answer for you. Anything else you want me to show you on the products on the site? Anything you want to talk about regarding registration for the event as VIP? Anything that you have as far as some questions that I might be able to share along with the elite, let me know also, and I will share that as you need. And with that, let me see if I have any. Here you go, paper piecing. We've got that. Let me go back up a little bit and see if there's any last questions that we might have. And then here's a person again. Michelle might not be here. I'm considering the glass mat. This is not just a consideration. People, when they buy it, start using it on way, way, way more things than you thought. Just so you guys know, on the glass mat itself, the tempered glass mat, which I think I have up here somewhere. Let me go pull this up. Maybe I do not. I thought I pulled up the glass mat here. Give me just a second. Oh, it looks like I don't have it. The glass mat itself is tempered glass. And so what that means is it's both heat resistant and it's extra strong, meaning it's not like a standard pane that you have to be worried about hitting or even dropping. It's amazingly strong with how it's been designed. It's a little over a 1/4 inch thick. It's about 6 millimeters, so it's very thick. The other thing with the tempered glass mat is that it has the print is on the back side of it. And what I mean by the back side is if you think about having a grid, if you have a glass surface and if you were to scrape it, because you can use a razor blade to scrape glue, dried paint, sticky adhesive that you've done when you've been doing some of your with your like if you're doing any of your your foundation paper piecing, and we're using, someone could throw this in there from your stabilizer. There you go. If you're using a glue or an attached stabilizer that you're going to be using, that stuff kind of gets stuck, and it makes it very, very easy to clear and clean the mat, because the mat itself, being glass, is non-porous. You can put anything you need on the top to clean anything that's on there, even if it's sat there for a day or a week or more. A razor blade gets in there and scrapes it, or any kind of a spatula you can use to clean it off. And what's nice is the printing on the back means that you won't scrape off the print, and so the print will stay there forever because you don't cut or use or glue on the side with the print. It's on the opposite side. So there's the answer to that one here. Here you go. Let's see. So many great products, information. Thank you, Diane, for sharing that with us. We appreciate it. And then here's one. Does the premium come with the glass mat and the one you can press on? So let me just be clear, Linda. Let me kind of separate. All light boards on their own come with a cutting mat. Those cutting mats are non-ironable, meaning we don't put the mat, the cutting mats and iron on those, or we don't try to do that on the light boards themselves. So if we think about this, we end up having the light mat with their cutting boards that are clear. We have separate, we have the glass mat, and the glass mat is usually optional. Let me bring back up my screen and I'll show you just another way to go look at this. So I'm on Caterpillar.com. I go to the top. I'm going to click on Shop Now. When you go into Shop Now, it brings up several things. Okay. And then what we also have under Shop Now is we also have a couple bundles. And so this is what you might go look at because we do have a couple. Here's one as an example. This is a perfect bundle combo that does, Linda, what you're asking for, meaning you can go get a light board, which we have right here, what you're seeing. Comes with that the clear cutting mat that comes out on top of it. It is also dual grip top and bottom, and you can get the clear, the glass cutting mat as part of it. So you end up with the tempered glass mat. You end up with the glow board. You end up with the tote as part of this combo. So we have a couple different combos like this that give you the same thing. And we've done it in a few because a lot of people ask about the tempered glass cutting mat. And so several of them, this is another one. This is a unique combo. This combo is one of our best sellers. Let me open this up in a separate tab. The reason this is our best seller is it actually has the premium glow mat, which is the cordless. So it has our premium glow mat, glow board, and then it comes with a cutting mat. It comes with the tempered glass cutting piece as well. This one then also has the bag to carry and store them in. And this one also has that flex accessory kit that I was talking about and the magnets. So this one comes with magnets because the new boards themselves have built-in magnet plates on them. And so you can just add magnets to those, which makes it very, very easy to use. So that's kind of how I'm going to answer that question for you, Linda. But you can go look and you might find a combo that you really like best, and scroll through this. Again, we have another one. It's just light boards with the bags, etc. This is a mini with the combo that has part of the flex accessory kit. And so you can think there would probably be a combo perfect for what you have. We've got ones for travelers. If you have right now, we're at the end of September. We're getting there. October. I don't know if anybody does anything for the Halloween season. If you're traveling to a child's place, a grandchild, a child. I don't know if you're going to travel to a friend. If you have a retreat coming up, you can look at the traveler bundles that we have. So we've got a lot of bundles and a lot of different ways of splicing and putting things together. This is the mini sewing bundle. I'm not sure if that was shared today. So again, hopefully that helps answer the question a little bit on that one regarding what they come with. Here is another. Does the premium come with the glass mat, which we just answered? And here's somebody saying the applique backings. Thank you for helping out. Kim, here's a great one. Kim just says, love the all-in bundle, but I already have the Glow Ultra. Any options available for me? I don't need to repurchase. You are right. My recommendation is if you are going to be getting something else and you already had an Ultra, is come and look at, like as an example, like there's a couple of these kits that have the premium light board. They come with the tempered mats and a few other things that really complete your lineup that you can do. If you don't also have a cutting mat, there's a couple that also have cutting mats. Let me see if we're going to load a couple more. So my recommendation is to go to the bundle page again, shop now, bundles, come in here, because what we've done is we've specifically, Kim, to your point, is we know that people will have different pieces and parts. Our bundles, if you buy them, are already pre-discounted. And if you add a coupon, you end up getting an extra discount. So that's why I share that. And this way you can kind of build a couple. And just so you know, it's kind of the same. If you buy the premium all-in bundle, the discount on that is the same as a bundle. We just discount all bundles the same. So you'll actually get the same discount by adding the other bundles into your cart and using your coupon on checkout. But my recommendation is to kind of go through and browse what you're seeing and see if there's an ideal kit that works best for your scenario. Again, we have a couple that have premiums. We have a couple that have regular light boards. Those are really price point differences. So again, this would be one I would recommend taking a look at. So this is one that has the Caterpillar Premium with the tempered glass and its bag. And then if I wanted the mini, I'd probably go find one that has the mini in it and buy a mini kit that I would use and add that to the kit as well. And those would be the two to finish out my product lineup if I were bringing them into my home. Again, this is another one where you could get this bestseller, which has the premium, the light board, magnets, and the little flex light that you can use on your sewing machine or literally anywhere else. And then I would go add like this mini bundle to it as well. That's a great combo. So that's how I would do that one, Kim. Look at a bundle that's a complement to what you already have. It will be discounted. You can use your coupon. You get all the different things. Lindsay commented, paint glue, glitter, magic marker, glass mat is the best. Thank you, Lindsay, for sharing. That is absolutely true. Here's Jana. Sorry for it's taking me a minute to get to your question. I would definitely recommend getting a bundle with the glass mat. Thank you again. There's another one supporting what we hear all of the time. Here's another one, Judy. Why is the gridless mat not available in Montana? It is. Again, gridless mats are available for the sizes of items that you have. Judy, if you feel like for some reason you can't find it, let me walk through this. I'm going to go up to the top, and it might not be labeled correct. Let's see if it does. Let's type in grid less. I'm not sure if that's 1 or 2. Probably 1. So I just typed in gridless. This should show up for you. If not, I will open both of these right now and put the links in them for you. That is not what I meant to do. And I will drop these inside of the chat right now also. That is not it. Here we are. Let me grab this. Dropping that in the chat. Let me take the other one. So that one is for the premium. This one is for the ultra. So this second one is for the larger of the light boards. There we go. Looks like one of those went through. Hopefully, maybe I need to do that. That one kind of didn't look like it went through. Everybody let me know if you ended up seeing the one that came through on the standard premium, because I got an error in the chat. And I don't know if it's because it was too long. We'll try it one more time. Ignore it if you did see it. And if you don't need it, that is fine. We'll just push that on through. There we go. That one did come through. Okay. Here's another one. I purchased the Elite. How do I get into the Zoom? Look at your email. Let me reach out to another person right now to make sure that the emails currently have all the links for Zoom. We also, if you're an Elite member, we also have a special landing page that you go to that will have all of your links, access to the videos, access to the transcripts, access to the podcast, access to the special coupon of the discount. Let me reach out to Mushka, who helps out quite a bit. And who is this? This is Linda. And you're asking this question, Linda. Do a quick check. Go look at your email. I can go look if we need to on the back end of this as well and see if we need to get you something. But we send a quick shout out from an email perspective. But thank you. Thanks for everybody's patience as we're continuing to work through this. Let's go chat her. She's pulling that up. Let's see if I have other questions. Here's another one. And here's another question we can take a look at. Judy, let us know. Send an email to support right here really quick if you're still having a problem. We'll take a look at that tonight and see what else we can find out on this. But you are mentioning that there is something to do with product availability from location, which wouldn't make sense. So we'll take a look and see if there's something to do because they should be available. So this is the Girl Premium and the basic self-mat. Change delivery address or. So we'll take a look at that and see what that is and why. And we'll take a look at that as well from the support. So thank you for bringing that up. We want to make sure you're taken care of so that you can get a gridless mat if that's what you're looking to get right now. Any other questions that we have as we move forward? And again, we'll take a look with Mushka. All right. Anything else? If not, we're going to go ahead and wrap up, and we'll be on this tomorrow starting at 10 o'clock our time. If you want, come a little bit early. If you want to join the Zoom that is going on live right now, my recommendation, again, is sign up for that Elite. We're going to keep recorded. You're going to be able to log in. We're going to get access to that. That happens after the main days. And again, we thank you very much for everything else. We'll send an email. Thank you for that. And we will be wrapping up. Appreciate that, everybody. Take advantage of some of the sales. Products are going to help you do more of what you love doing, especially when it gets dark outside or later in the evening. We all know we have lights in the middle of our room. We all know there's shadow, and we know we can never have enough light. So my recommendation is to get some of these things that just let you do more of what you love, more of the time when you want to, in the places you love doing them. So we're not restricted by the tools or the lack of thereof of not having the things that allow us to do so. Thank you, everybody. This is great. All right. There was some incorrect setup on the site. Great. We'll take a look at that. That's from Jenny. Thank you for all the great information. Appreciate that. Oh, here's a good one. Looks like, thank you. This is a good one. This is Melody. It looks like there was an issue on the site. An issue. Awesome. Cool. Melody is amazing. She will continue to help us out from the support perspective. But let us know. We appreciate, we love you. Thank you for joining us. Come join us again. Tell your friends about this event as well. Let's get them here also. VIP is free. Additional discounts are free. Your name goes into a drawing for some of the additional giveaways. Join us live. We're doing giveaways each day live. And join us as part of the elite. Thanks, everybody. Bye.